Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. Today's guide on how to watch the 2023 Formula One season, which kicks off this weekend. The Bahrain Grand Prix will officially get the season underway, and there is just so much action between now and about November when the season will come to an end. Just races all around the world, more sprints, more races, a busier season than ever, and yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting season to see exactly if Red Bull can continue to sort of assert their dominance, if you're going to see Mercedes coming back, what are we going to see? And the question is, how can you watch all the action throughout the season? Now, the first things first is that we will do videos for every single Grand Prix. We will do videos on how to watch that particular Grand Prix on a free-to-air broadcaster. Which means that as long as you subscribe to the channel and you monitor us, you'll be able to sort of find out how to watch every single race on a free-to-air broadcaster. And so make sure you subscribe to the channel for that. Now, to be able to do that, though, however, there are very different broadcasters from around the world. So what you're going to do is you're going to get yourself a VPN. I really recommend using ExpressVPN because we've tried and tested it and it just works. So what you're going to do, link in the description, get ExpressVPN, get yourself that year subscription as well. If you sign up for a year subscription, you'll actually get an extra 3 months for free, which means you'll be able to start watching from this weekend and it'll cover you up to about June next year. You're going to install ExpressVPN and it's going to come up something like that. And you think if you click on the right hand side there, you're then going to get these this pop up, and those are all the locations of all the various places where you can connect to sort of servers. And what it does, it kind of geolocates your device. So for example, for Bahrain, there are free-to-air broadcasters in Belgium as well as in Austria. So you connect to those locations and you go to those sites. But if you totally wanted to watch the entire season, my recommendation would be to get F1 TV Pro. Now, it is only available in certain locations, that being the US, the Netherlands, Sweden, I think Spain, Germany. Then you'll need to use ExpressVPN if it's not covered in that region. And again, so what you do is you go on ExpressVPN, you go and select the United States, and then all you do is you turn it on. As soon as it goes green, it means that you are currently connected to a server in the United States. You're then going to go and sign up for F1 TV Pro, which is $45 for the entire year. Alternatively, it is $5 a month, which is really not a lot of money. And you can get so many more things. You can watch onboard footage with individual drivers. You get behind-the-scenes content. It really is the best way to watch Formula One. However, you can only watch it in those regions. And that is where a VPN, like ExpressVPN, will come in clutch and enable you to really sort of get the most out of F1 TV. Check out the description for a sort of step-by-step guide on exactly how you can do it. Apart from that, we'll see you guys throughout the season. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. I'm joined by Reese, and this is, of course, our weekly F1 podcast, proudly brought to you by Bitdefender as well. And yeah, big news, of course, this weekend. Ricciardo, first Grand Prix back in Formula One for AlphaTauri after replacing Nick de Vries. We did a video on that last week, and he will be coming in this weekend in Hungary for all of us. And we are so excited, aren't we, Reese?
Yes, it's looking like it's going to be quite an exciting race weekend. I mean, though, even off the bat, we're just going to be upfront about it. Red Bull have major upgrades being planned for this race weekend, which could give them another couple tenths, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite scary, the strongest team in the whole field basically saying, oh, by the way, we've made our car better. And quite significantly better as well. So it's going to scare, I think, a lot of people into it. So, I mean, I don't know if the other upgrades and other teams might be able to compete with that. I think, actually, to be fair, it's probably about time Red Bull needed to get that time going, because teams were starting to get a little bit closer to their times. I mean, the likes of, even surprisingly, obviously, not last weekend, but the weekend before that, McLaren getting very close with their times and qualifying and actually sticking with Red Bull relatively well throughout the race. Obviously, Red Bull's still stronger, but it wasn't as clear-cut, and now Red Bull basically saying, all right, well, in that case, we were going to go ahead and just really rapidly go to the top.
I think the circuit may play into McLaren's hands yet again, because, we saw how they were quite competitive in Silverstone. Of course, that's a mixture of high speed and low speed corners, but Hungary is quite a high downforce circuit, which played into their hands certainly in Austria, which is also a high downforce circuit. So we could see them being once again quite competitive here this weekend.
Yeah, I've got a little article here saying Max Verstappen's warning to the F1 grid as he confirms Red Bull's Hungary car upgrades. and he holds a comfortable 99-point lead currently in the title race. I mean, that's just in itself just ridiculous. And Verstappen was just speaking to the media and saying that, of course, Red Bull has announced the upgrade package being brought to this weekend. He says, Hungary presents a completely different track. We will implement some upgrades on the car there, and hopefully they will perform well. And regarding the focus of the upgrades, Verstappen ominously remarked, drag, low speed, medium speed, high speed, DRS effect, tire wear, all of these areas. That's what we're working on. I'm not joking. So it's basically the whole shebang. So, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows the fact that Max Verstappen and Red Bull are still perfectionists. I mean, they've got Adrian Newey, one of the most talented car designers out there. I mean, he is certainly chasing perfection with his car, and we can see it out on track how it certainly is perfection on wheels. It's completely dominating the rest of the grid, and quite easily, if I might add.
Yeah, so I mean, it's upsetting for some F1 fans. Of course, we've got Red Bull coming up with these extra upgrades for the weekend, which is certainly going to scare the rest of the pack. Certainly the likes of McLaren, Mercedes. I would say Aston Martin and Ferrari, but they've dropped off. So we'll see what happens with them.
We'll see them possibly coming back in the next few races. I certainly hope that they get to grips with their new upgrades. I think Ferrari bought new upgrades to Austria, was it not?
I think so, yeah.
Well. Yeah, and I mean, we haven't seen them necessarily showing that hand just yet, possibly just taking a little bit longer to get to grips with those upgrades. Hopefully, we should see them finding some pace soon.
Yeah, so of course, the bigger news and the title of the show, of course, that of Daniel Ricciardo coming in this week for his first Grand Prix for the season, replacing Nick de Vries. So I've got an article here from the F1 site. It says, Daniel Ricciardo says he is raring to go and is ready to have fun after securing a stunning F1 comeback with AlphaTauri as part of the upcoming Hungarian Grand Prix, a move that will break his half-year absence from the sport. And he said this, it's good, it's really good, Ricciardo beamed as the conversation kicked off. I enjoyed this, call it 6 months off. I think it was really good for me, but the more races I started to attend, the more sim I started to do. I was certainly getting the bug back, so to speak. Then jumping into the car a few days ago, I was like, oh yeah, it all felt very normal. It was one of those ones, the very first lap, oh, this is fast. Then within a few, it's, okay, I want this to go faster now, so it was really good. Ricciardo also added that he stayed ready at all times to ensure that he could fully embrace any opportunity to return to the grid, which he admitted was in the back of my mind given the unpredictable future of F1. And indeed, we are in silly season, and how silly it was indeed that AlphaTauri decided to stick with Nick de Vries for so long, I suppose, but now replacing him with Daniel Ricciardo. So how's he going to fare this weekend, Vries?
I mean, I think Daniel Ricciardo, of course, still has that passion and that fire burning deep within, that he is still a very competitive racing driver, one of the last of the late breakers. So hopefully we'll get him doing quite well this race weekend. I mean, certainly it's going to be interesting for the Red Bull management to see how he fares against Yuki Tsunoda. Yuki not necessarily having many teammates to set a necessarily benchmark for him. So I think the Red Bull management will certainly be looking to see if he is actually competitive against Daniel Ricciardo, or if he has just been taking place and space in that team, and whether he should also possibly be axed, really, because I mean, the sister team is supposed to be bringing drivers up from the junior formulas to get them ready for the main team in Formula One. So yeah, there's a lot of people riding on the shoulders of Danny Rick. I mean, there's also a lot of rumors, of course, about him possibly going to be replacing Sergio Perez if he is able to outperform him at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was just reading here as well. It says Ricciardo also knows that should he deliver with AlphaTauri, or at least perform relatively well with the sister team, as you say, there might be a route back to Red Bull in the future, though he is currently focused on the AlphaTauri job, of course. And he says, that's why it feels a bit like back when I was working my way up through it in the Red Bull family, he added. That was it. If you get results, we'll keep pushing you. We'll keep pushing you. That's really the mindset. I know the team. It's been tough to get points finish, to get a points finish this year, a top 10. This is AlphaTauri, of course. So to push this car and to try and get it inside the top 10, I think that would get everyone pretty fulfilled and excited. So, I mean, if Daniel Ricciardo manages in his first Grand Prix to come back and finish in the top 10, would you say immediately that that's an outstanding performance?
Well, I mean, if he's able to get into the top 10, certainly that would be an outstanding performance for that AlphaTauri, which has been far off the pace this season. I mean, it's certainly not a copy and paste of the Red Bull car. It's completely different, I think, way underdeveloped as well, for that matter. And we've seen how Yuki Tsunoda and Nick de Vries have been struggling. So I think it may take a few races for Danny Rick to have an effect on that team and hopefully steer them into the correct direction in terms of development of that car as well.
Yeah. So if AlphaTauri can do something with Daniel Ricciardo, Sergio Perez is certainly going to come under pressure with regards to the media, the fans, and everybody else is going to go and say, well, if Danny Rick is performing for them, he's right there. You know, Sergio Perez is not performing for Red Bull. So how crucial is it that Sergio Perez finally does decently in qualifying this weekend and then also finishes the race well?
I think it's a bit of a chess move from the Red Bull management there to kind of go to Sergio. Well, look, we've put Daniel Rick into the AlphaTauri. If you're not able to outperform him at least, then you're in big trouble here. I mean, we don't necessarily know what Danny Rick's going to be able to do. We'll see what happens here in Hungary, of course. But it's been, as we said earlier, 6 months of him out of an actual race car. He's, of course, done that Pirelli test now this last week. But still, we don't know what he's going to be able to do in that car. We've seen how Nick de Vries really struggled there. And he's a race winner in Formula E and Formula 2. But we'll just really have to wait and see what happens with Danny this race weekend.
Yeah, and Martin Brundle is actually surprised that Daniel was going to be back because, I mean, he literally said, I mean, he's really pleased to see him back, but his honest reaction was just, wow, Daniel's going to go and do that, is he? So some people are surprised at his return. A lot of people not really surprised. I think we're of those two that aren't too surprised with his return.
I was slightly surprised because he said he didn't want to come back onto the grid in an uncompetitive car. But I think being out of the car for 6 months, being on the grid for a lot of the races, you really do miss that feeling of being in a car, as well as I think he does sense the opportunity that he could get a drive in the main team if he is able to outperform Sergio.
Yeah, and of course, that's all in the Hungarian Grand Prix, which we will, of course, be streaming here on Forever Motorsports. And speaking of the Hungarian Grand Prix, we've got a little bit of a weather forecast. And again, it's weather right at the beginning of the week. The weather will change, most likely. But right now, the weather could be quite interesting for Hungary. So Friday, it's predicted to be the worst day of the weekend, at least if you love the sun. Temperatures are going to be clipping 30 degrees Celsius and will feature throughout the week, and practice one will drops at 1:30 p.m. local time, so it'll start at lunchtime, so it'll be right in the hottest part of the day, and apparently it is going to be a scorcher. Saturday is going to say that we're going to have a bit of a green track because they actually reckon there'll be rain in the evening. So thundery showers could be predicted on Friday evening. That's what it's saying. The second practice session could see some showers and rain, and so they're likely to have a green track for Saturday's qualifying, or at least practice 3. So lots of hot weather mixed with rain is pretty much what's predicted for the weekend. So, I mean, that could definitely throw a bit of a spanner in the works. Also, you know, if it rains each night, which is what's predicted to do, you know, that's going to make sure the track is green every single time they get into a session on each day. So the race would be green. The qualifying would only have practice 3, getting it a bit rubbered up. So,
I mean, it could make the race quite interesting because I think then degradation is going to be huge around here. Because, I mean, when your track is a little bit rubbered up, you pick up a bit of rubber each lap. So you're not necessarily destroying those tires too quickly. But I think with a completely green track, you do just degrade your tires a lot faster. I mean, with the being as well a high downforce track, you are going to eat away at those tires a little bit quicker than a normal higher speed track. But I mean, it's going to hopefully make it quite interesting for us. Speaking of, though, interesting for this race weekend, Mark, we have a new qualifying format that is going to be taking place at this Hungarian Grand Prix.
And I was going to go to that next, of course, but it is a very interesting thing. And for those who don't know, they're going to be doing a different set of tires each session. So we're going to start the first qualifying session on hard tires. You can only use the hard compound. Then in the second session, only the medium, and the third session, only the soft tire. Now, the interesting thing here is because it's going to be very, very hot weather, they reckon, and then as well, like, slight rain and otherwise influencing this. I mean, it's some teams are going to really benefit from this, some teams not, because certain tires don't work for all of the cars. I mean, we know Red Bull are going to be chuffed as anything because they are by far and away much faster on the hard tire than the rest of the grid are on their hard tires, whereas only on the soft tire do other teams start to compete a little bit more with those times. So I mean, surely that benefits Red Bull massively in qualifying 1 and even 2.
Well, yes, I mean, it does look like it's going to be a big advantage for Red Bull in qualifying 1 and 2, as they are, as you said, very strong in the hards as well as strong in the mediums. We don't know, though. It could benefit some other teams further down the grid. We haven't necessarily seen that true pace from them on a set of hards. I mean, I don't think we've seen any qualifying laps put on a set of tires other than a set of softs this season. I mean, this qualifying format was set to take place in Imola earlier on this year. We, of course, saw what happened to Imola, some better than others. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. I understand why they have brought this format into play here. It's because, I mean, they bring so many sets of tires to a race weekend, and then half of them don't end up being used, which is why they have brought in this rule now that you have to use a set of hards during Q1, mediums in Q2, and then in Q3 are you allowed a set of softs. Yeah.
So no, and I was just going to go and say, because you're going and saying earlier, they've got to use these tires and things like that, and they've never really done, as you said, and I was going to jump in, they've never really done qualifying attempts on a hard tire. So now that in itself, is that going to just like really cause drivers to be a little bit of concern, of course, because the soft tire's got the most grip, medium tire a little bit less, and the hard tire less than that. But of course, the hard tire's made to last a lot longer. Medium tire's said to be, of course, in between the two of them. The soft tire has the most grip around the track usually. So with the hard tire now, I mean, do you think drivers could actually end up like spinning and otherwise coming off the track a little bit, pushing those tires a little bit too much for what they're made for? Or do you think that it's actually just going to be just slow laps?
I mean, I think it's going to be a bit slow. These drivers, of course, run so close to the limit every day, and they're able to keep the cars on track. At least the majority of them are. But I don't think it's necessarily going to affect them in terms of that. But of course, the lap times will be a lot slower than your sets of mediums and your softs. Yeah, it's not really going to affect it all that much. Your top teams are still going to be just as fast on the set of hards. It could just create a little bit of a mix up down the midfield, as you could get teams that are a bit stronger on the hards than were expected. But I do think that if your team is fundamentally fast, they're going to be fast on any tire out there.
But the interesting thing now, of course, comes to players park firm, because now these hard tires are going to be used, these medium tires are going to be used, and these soft tires are all going to be used in the qualifying session. So you're going to use at minimum 3 sets of tires, and more likely 6 sets, because in each qualifying session you're going to go out in hards, and you might well go out in a new set of hards again towards the end of it, to try and get a little bit quicker at the end once it's rubbered up a bit more, and then similarly in Q2 and similarly in Q3. So now you're going to go into the actual Grand Prix with almost all of your tires for the allocation of the weekend being used. So no real new tires to speak of coming onto into the race weekend and even in qualifying. So that's going to also affect strategies, surely.
I mean, I think we'll get people saving up tires throughout the weekend. They won't go on as many runs as they necessarily need to throughout practice 1, 2, and 3. I think we could get people maybe running on a set of tires for the majority of the session instead of going on multiple new sets in order to save tires. Of course, they do have less tire sets than in the past in order to save on those costs of transporting them all around the world, of course. But I mean, I think it's a good move for Formula One. It pushes them in a certain direction as to use all of those tires. And as you said, it could make it quite interesting in terms of strategy on the Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, if the tires have been used and you're going on to used hard tires, they're not going to last as long. You maybe those pit stop strategies for 1 stop suddenly change to a 2 stop. Those 2 stops change to 3 stops and things like that, because the tires don't last as long, and that could really, really affect the race. And I'm all for changes that could potentially make the racing more interesting, and that causes a bit more thinking in all of the teams and strategies to change and different variables. The more variables, the better for me, because of course then you've got more likelihood of things changing. So yeah, that's certainly going to suit some teams more than others. We know Red Bull probably smiling with new upgrades, and they know they're much better on hard tyres and medium tyres than the rest of the good. Not to say that they're not better than the rest of the good on soft tyres as well, but they're at least a little bit closer most of the good, though Red Bull and those hards especially, I think, are going to be very beneficial in a Q1. Now, a team that could be very much a disappointment yet again, and that is Ferrari. We always talk about Ferrari in terms of being a big disappointment, but Charles Leclerc has come out honestly and has said that he trusts the Ferrari team, and that yes, they do disagree sometimes, but he still trusts the team. And he says, I say to the team what I think, and the team say what they think. This is the way to move forward. I don't think the trust has ever been an issue. We have a very different vision inside the car than what the team has on the pit wall, so these things can happen. So, I mean, yes, I understand that the pit wall has a different idea as to what's happening in the car, but we don't really see such a massive difference in most of the team setups, do we? Red Bull seem to be very much all together with what's happening out on track. Even McLaren seem to be quite happy with what's happening. Aston Martin as well. All of them very happy with the decisions on the wall and in the driver's seat, you know, very much always aligned. Ferrari is the only team that always seems to have this struggle.
Yes, I mean, we often hear on the team radios how the drivers are not happy with the calls being made by the team in terms of strategy, in terms of calling them into pit or not to pit. I mean, we've heard in the past Carlos Sainz saying stop inventing to the team more, because they do at times. They just create absolutely stupid strategic calls that should never be made, that could cost them a race win or cost them a podium. We need to see more consistency from them, more better strategic calls. I mean, they've got a Le Mans 24-hour win. That is so difficult to do and requires so much strategy. Surely you take what you've learned there and implement that into your Formula One team. I mean, yeah, I think we've given them excuses for way too long. It's time for them to really pick up their pieces and just get it right for once.
So that's Ferrari, of course. They just, as you say, they just need to get it right. They need to fix it up and just be better, essentially. Mercedes, now, they managed to get a podium in the last Grand Prix. Lewis Hamilton getting ahead of Oscar Piastri there, who finished in fourth, unfortunately. Lewis Hamilton finished in third. George Russell, not particularly good, and he hasn't been particularly great for a couple of races now. So can Merck try and eye some podiums this weekend, or are they looking good for that, or could they just sort of simmer where they've been?
I mean, the interesting thing is that the A-spec car, George Russell, seemed to outperform Lewis. Now with this new B-spec, it's swapped. Lewis seems to be finding some good pace out there while George is really struggling. I mean, George, I think, is maybe hoping they stayed with their A-spec car because he felt a lot more competitive. But yeah, I don't know what's really gone on with him, because he has shown that he is quite a competitive driver.
Yeah, and Aston Martin have fallen off. It's quite upsetting, and unfortunately, I just don't see them coming back into the fray. But a team that is pretty much taking their spot, though, McLaren. Now, they were fantastic in the last Grand Prix in Silverstone. Do we think that they'll do a similar thing now coming in Hungary? Because you said earlier, and you said, you know, I think this track favors them. Now, do you think they can compete again? Does Lando Norris look at this and say, hey, you know who I'm competing with? It's not Charles Leclerc, it's not Carlos Sainz, it's Max Verstappen. And, you know, is that what Lando Norris is thinking in his head now?
Well, I think they'll have a bit of a fight on their hands. I don't necessarily know if they will be able to compete with the Red Bulls with their new upgrades this weekend. Of course, Red Bull haven't brought an upgrade for quite some time, and they are expected to bring some really big upgrades this weekend. We will, of course, let you know as soon as we do know what those upgrades are. But, I mean, it's certainly hopeful for us Formula One fans that we have McLaren back in the fight at the front. I mean, we want to see them fighting for race wins. Hopefully, it is going to be the story for this race weekend. It would be very exciting if we do have them in contention for that race win.
Yeah. And do you have any other news for us for this podcast this week? Is there anything else you'd like to chat about as we start to wrap things up?
Well, we had Goodwood over the race weekend. Well, not race weekend, but this past weekend we had Goodwood Festival of Speed, which is a very prestigious event where a lot of auto manufacturers take their newest models of cars. I mean, we had Sebastian Vettel doing a show run in two of his old Formula One cars. He has one of Ayrton Senna's old cars, and he has also a old Williams car that he was running through that race weekend, running on sustainable fuels, which is great to see Sebastian Vettel back out on track in a car yet again. Certainly hope to see him on the Formula One grid very soon. We did see him last week, though, as well, at that Red Bull Pirelli test with Daniel Ricciardo. He was there doing some test laps as well with his cars.
Yeah, I mean, Vettel was seen racing around again over the weekend, as you said, and that was very, very fun to see. Do you think that he will ever come back to Formula One, or do you think he's permanently out?
He has apparently teased that he will be back on the grid very soon, whether that's in the
I'm sure that's
managerial position. I mean, I think he could certainly be brought into the sport as some sort of sustainability position. I don't know whether that would be to make sure that the sport is going in the right direction, or I don't know. It would be very interesting to see him back in the sport. I certainly hope that he finds his way back into the sport very soon.
Yeah. Now we've got 2 weekends until we've got that long break. So we've got 2 weekends for teams to sort things out before they've got a bit of time off before the latter half of the season. And going into these last 2 Grand Prix, I mean, who do you think is going to be our team to watch?
Well, certainly off the back of Silverstone, McLaren are really going to be the ones to watch, whether they can keep that upward growth going from Austria to Silverstone. Hopefully Hungary, they're going to be competitive yet again, and then onto that last race before the summer break, hopefully they will still be quite competitive. Maybe some of the other teams will also be wanting to make some developmental gains. We'll have to wait and see whether they'll be able to fast track some of those upgrades.
Indeed. And yeah, we're going to start wrapping things up here in the F1 podcast. Of course, we do this every Monday, so be sure to come and join us with it and come and have a conversation with us and ask us some questions. We do it live, of course, with me and Reese. And the show is proudly brought to you by Bitdefender currently. And you find it on the channel Forever Sports. So be sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and comment after the video, of course, if you watch it in replay, as to your thoughts. Ask us some questions, and yeah, go and tell your friends about us as well. Maybe we can get a good chat going coming into the future. Of course, we've got Hungary coming this weekend. We will be streaming all of it and coming with a preview on Thursday as well. So be sure to subscribe to the channel and check that out as well. Reese, thank you so much for joining us. From me and Reese, you have been watching Forever Motorsports, brought to you by Bitdefender. And we will see you again very soon for the Hungarian Grand Prix. Thank you so much, guys. Cheerio.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sport. Today's guide on how to watch the 2023 Formula One season, which kicks off this weekend. The Bahrain Grand Prix will officially get the season underway, and there is just so much action between now and about November when the season will come to an end. Just races all around the world, more sprints, more races, a busier season than ever, and yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting season to see exactly if Red Bull can continue to sort of assert their dominance, if we're going to see Mercedes coming back, what are we going to see? And the question is, how can you watch all the action throughout the season? Now, the first things first is that we will do videos for every single Grand Prix. We will do videos on how to watch that particular Grand Prix on a free-to-air broadcaster. Which means that as long as you subscribe to the channel and you monitor us, you'll be able to sort of find out how to watch every single race on a free-to-air broadcaster. And so make sure you subscribe to the channel for that. Now, to be able to do that, though, however, there are very different broadcasters from around the world. So what you're going to do is you're going to get yourself a VPN. I recommend using ExpressVPN because we've tried and tested it and it just works. So what you're going to do, link in the description, get ExpressVPN, get yourself that year subscription as well. If you sign up for a year subscription, you'll actually get an extra 3 months for free, which means you'll be able to start watching from this weekend, and it'll cover you up to about June next year. And you're going to install ExpressVPN, and it's going to come up something look like that. And if you click on the right-hand side there, you're then going to get these this pop-up, and those are all the locations of all the various places where you can connect to sort of servers. And what it does, it kind of geolocates your device. So, for example, for Bahrain, there are free-to-air broadcasts in Belgium as well as in Austria. So you connect to those locations and you go to those sites. But if you totally wanted to watch the entire season, my recommendation would be to get F1 TV Pro. Now, it is only available in certain locations, that being the US, the Netherlands, Sweden, I think Spain, Germany. Then you'll need to use ExpressVPN if it's not covered in that region. And again, so what you do is you go on ExpressVPN, you go and select the United States, and then all you do is you turn it on. As soon as this goes green, it means that you are currently connected to a server in the United States. You're then going to go and sign up for F1 TV Pro, which is $45 for the entire year. Alternatively, it is $5 a month, which is really not a lot of money. And you can get so many more things. You can watch onboard footage with individual drivers. You get behind-the-scenes content. It really is the best way to watch Formula One. However, you can only watch it in those regions. And that is where a VPN, like ExpressVPN, will come in clutch and enable you to really sort of get the most out of F1 TV. Check out the description for a sort of step-by-step guide on exactly how you can do it. Apart from that, we'll see you guys throughout the season. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. Today's guide on how to watch the 2023 Formula One season, which kicks off this weekend. The Bahrain Grand Prix will officially get the season underway, and there is just so much action between now and about November when the season will come to an end. Just races all around the world, more sprints, more races, a busier season than ever, and yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting season to see exactly if Red Bull can continue to sort of assert their dominance, if we're going to see Mercedes coming back, what are we going to see? And the question is, how can you watch all the action throughout the season? Now, the first things first is that we will do videos for every single Grand Prix. We will do videos on how to watch that particular Grand Prix on a free-to-air broadcaster. Which means that as long as you subscribe to the channel and you monitor us, you'll be able to sort of find out how to watch every single race on a free-to-air broadcaster. And so make sure you subscribe to the channel for that. Now, to be able to do that, though, however, there are very different broadcasters from around the world. So what you're going to do is you're going to get yourself a VPN. I really recommend using ExpressVPN because we've tried and tested it and it just works. So what you're going to do, link in the description, get ExpressVPN, get yourself that year subscription as well. If you sign up for a year subscription, you'll actually get an extra 3 months for free, which means you'll be able to start watching from this weekend and it'll cover you up to about June next year. You're going to install ExpressVPN and it's going to come up something look like that. And you think if you click on the right hand side there, you're then going to get these this pop up, and those are all the locations of all the various places where you can connect to sort of servers. And what it does, it kind of geolocates your device. So for example, for Bahrain, there are free-to-air broadcasters in Belgium as well as in Austria. So you connect to those locations and you go to those sites. But if you totally wanted to watch the entire season, my recommendation would be to get F1 TV Pro. Now, it is only available in certain locations, that being the US, the Netherlands, Sweden, I think Spain, Germany. Then you'll need to use ExpressVPN if it's not covered in that region. And again, so what you do is you go on ExpressVPN, you go and select the United States, and then all you do is you turn it on. As soon as it goes green, it means that you are currently connected to a server in the United States. You're then going to go and sign up for F1 TV Pro, which is $45 for the entire year. Alternatively, it is $5 a month, which is really not a lot of money. And you can get so many more things. You can watch onboard footage with individual drivers. You get behind-the-scenes content. It really is the best way to watch Formula One. However, you can only watch it in those regions. And that is where a VPN, like ExpressVPN, will come in clutch and enable you to really sort of get the most out of F1 TV. Check out the description for a sort of step-by-step guide on exactly how you can do it. Apart from that, we'll see you guys throughout the season.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. You're joined by Reese and myself, Mark, here for the Hungary Grand Prix preview, the Hungaroring, as Reese just tells me now. That's how you actually say it. I always keep saying the Hungaroring, but whatever. We are, of course, in Hungary this weekend, and Red Bull are bringing upgrades this weekend, big upgrades. We've already seen them, and it's mainly to do with the air intake, which has dramatically reduced in size. And for a car that's already so quick, getting more upgrades is just going to really upset the rest of the field. But we're going to go through what we can expect from all the various teams this weekend and our predictions. And otherwise, of course, Daniel Ricciardo is back in an F1 seat this weekend, and he's got a very cool helmet coming into the weekend with some flames all over. And yeah, looking very cool there. Reese, are we looking forward to the Hungary Grand Prix?
Yes, I'm certainly looking forward to it. It's ramping up to be a very exciting race weekend yet again. I mean, if last weekend was a taster, this weekend should certainly be very, very exciting with those McLarens hopefully being in the mix. Red Bull, as you said, have brought some major upgrades this weekend. They are supposedly bringing new side pods. We've already seen some leaked images on Twitter of their new side pod inlets, which seem to be quite a lot smaller than their previous side pod inlets. Quite similar in terms of look to the Mercedes Zero side pod concept, except not on its side. It's like a normal side pod, but it's very similar in terms of depth to that Mercedes side pod. So it's going to be interesting whether they can make that work this weekend. It is going to possibly be the hottest Grand Prix of the season, with Europe having a major heat wave at the moment. And it is just scorching in Hungary at the moment as well. So we'll have to wait and see if that Red Bull engine is going to be able to handle the heat with those slim side pod inlets.
an interesting one because, of course, they're bringing upgrades. And they haven't brought upgrades much throughout the season because they've not needed to at all. The car's been fantastic. It's been an excellent car. Now, they're bringing a massive change to the car. It is a huge change to do that. Of course, it affects the cooling. It affects all of that sort of stuff.
Cooling,
so, you know, going into a very hot Grand Prix, could this be a risk for Red Bull now? Almost like throwing away a little bit of their season?
Risk. Well, I don't think there's... I don't think you can say throwing away and season in the same word with Red Bull because they are just eons ahead of everyone else at this point. I mean, it doesn't really matter all that much to take a big risk, as much as Max Verstappen will, of course, be wanting to win every single Grand Prix this weekend and lead every single lap this season. Yeah, it's not going to happen all the time. Maybe they might take a risk and it might not play out for them, but that could make it that much more exciting for us at home.
Exactly. So the Hungarian Grand Prix, it's been held 38 times in total. It was first held way back in 1936. The most wins for all of the drivers in history is Lewis Hamilton with 8 wins here. And the most wins for constructor is not for once Ferrari. It is in fact McLaren with 11 wins at the circuit. And I think that's quite appropriate and apt because McLaren seem to have found their feet a bit. So maybe McLaren can do something this weekend. Indeed.
I certainly hope so.
Yeah, foretelling indeed. Circuit length is 4.381 kilometers. The race length is 306 kilometers. And there are 70 laps in total. In the last race, George Russell finished on pole for Mercedes, getting the quickest lap around here last year. And Max Verstappen won the race. Lewis Hamilton came second and George Russell came third. So it was a great Grand Prix for Mercedes last year, of course, for them who didn't have the best car during their season. So they started to ramp up this season again towards the end. If we remember, Mercedes started to get a lot better towards the latter half of the season last year. And maybe we'll see a similar sort of thing happen again. And last year they did very well. Maybe this year they do just as well again.
Well, I mean, they'll have some good information, at least from last year when they were here, to correlate with their new setups and their new upgrades. So hopefully they will be able to find some time because they have been not lost in the past few races, but I mean, certainly not contending for the race win, which at least McLaren were able to do last weekend. So possibly we'll be seeing a bit of a three-way fight this race weekend if Mercedes are able to pick up the pieces.
Just very, very important for both Mercedes drivers to not have issues with each other or decide to go into each other, as we have seen from the Mercedes team in the Hungarian Grand Prix previously. Of course, very, very famously, Lewis Hamilton and I think it was Rosberg, did have a big incident here in Hungary between 2014 and 2016. I can't quite remember which one it was.
Spain.
It wasn't Spain. Wasn't Spain, but I'm reading here. I'm reading here.
Maybe they did have a tussle here as well.
I think they've had tussles here in the meanwhile, but yes, no, it was
Max and Daniel Ricciardo tussling into turn 3 a couple of years ago, where Max took off Daniel's wing when those two were fighting it out for P1 on the first lap. But I certainly don't remember the Nico Rosberg one. Did happen if you're saying it does.
Yeah, well, I'm just reading here and it's just saying in this article as well. I was just going to try and I was just kind of cutting across there, but just simply because, we do see this article here in Sky Sports does bring up the fact that lots of incidents seem to have been brought up between not just Lewis Hamilton and Rosberg, but teammates generally in Hungary tend to get a bit feisty and otherwise getting in their way. And a couple of small incidents have happened over the years for multiple teams, including Red Bull, Mercedes, McLaren, and Ferrari, of course, as well. So, Mercedes...
There was a big crash a few years ago into Turn 1. Turn 1 certainly going to be a big watching point for the Grand Prix because we often have so many big accidents here with that 90-degree corner. It's similar to Spa, which we have coming up soon as well, with that first corner, where we just see a lot of accidents taking place there.
Yeah, and Mercedes, of course, Toto Wolff is now playing down the expectations for this weekend, even though they did very well last year. And he's saying the order is fluctuating almost every weekend. We need to keep adding performance if we are to close the gap to the front and fight for victories. Several teams have made big gains recently, of course, those being McLaren and Mercedes as well. This has brought some into the fight with us, especially McLaren. It has been impressive and gives us encouragement that we can also continue to find gains. Of course, both of them using the same engines. That's why he's saying that's encouraging. And it says, we relish the challenge and will bring our own steps in due course. The Hungaroring is a circuit that is quite different in nature to Silverstone. It will be interesting to explore how our latest upgrades perform in the long radius, slow speed corners. So yeah, Mercedes are diving down expectations a little bit, but I think they're quietly hoping they're going to have a good Grand Prix.
I mean, they've been so hit or miss at the last few Grand Prix. They were quite good, at least out in Silverstone last weekend, but or the weekend before, sorry. But I mean, yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens, because I don't think we've really gotten a true reflection of the Mercedes pace. Yes, we did see them in Austria, but I don't think we've seen the true pace of a Mercedes at a high downforce circuit. This is the first true, like, really high downforce circuit. So hopefully the Mercedes will be able to find a lot more pace here with their new side pods.
And another team looking to find a lot more pace that we've not seen for the last 2 Grand Prix, that being Aston Martin. Of course, Aston Martin's dropped off a little bit from where they started at the beginning of the season. Fernando Alonso's now got 2 Grand Prix without a podium. So he's going to be quite upset, not since Canada, of course, where he managed to come in 2nd place. I think it was Canada, yeah. But they do reckon that Aston Martin should be very much well suited to this track, because they've seen that out of all the cars, the car that seems to handle hitting curbs and tight corners such as that, and riding the curbs and otherwise, is Aston Martin's actually the best team out of the lot, and that includes Red Bull. Their car manages hitting these curbs and otherwise these quite bumpy parts of the track a lot better than almost everybody. So whilst they were quiet at Silverstone and Spielberg, this is on the Sky Sports now, they do reckon that the AMR 23 strengths and change of direction and its ability to ride the curbs should fare a lot better in Budapest. The track temperature is also set above 40 degrees Celsius this weekend, which will also help Aston Martin, since they seem to do very well in hot conditions. So yeah, I think Aston Martin are also quietly maybe going to make a little bit of a comeback here. But we're just seeing here an interview here where Alonso was asked by Sky Sports. He says, "We are realistic. We have always been. We have never been dreamers." Sorry, this is Mike Crack. It says, "So we will look at the track and we will look at our car and how to set it up for that. If you're looking for the characteristic, it should play better into our car than other circuits that we have been to. Qualifying is key though, especially in circuits where you struggle more to pass, like the one that will come. Although it was now a bit easier than it used to be." So I think he's also saying that we're not gonna say anything too much yet, but this track should suit us better, and if it does suit them better, we've seen what Aston Martin can do on tracks that suit them. So hopefully we'll see something similar.
Well, I mean, I think it's a little bit optimistic at the moment. Those Astons have been, as you say, just off the pace for the last few weekends. Yeah, it's very optimistic to think that they're going to be able to fight this weekend. Maybe they might surprise us. I'll be quite happily surprised, because I am silently rooting for the Aston Martins to do quite well. It's been disappointing to not have Fernando up there, because I mean, we've had Lando Norris and Lewis Hamilton fighting up at the front. Imagine a 3-way fight between those 3, including Alonso. That would be incredible.
Indeed. And, to be fair, it's only 2 weekends they've not done particularly well. Prior to that, of course, in Canada, they did very well. Fernando Alonso finishing right up in 2nd place. So Aston Martin could hopefully make a comeback here. It's a track that suits them a lot more. And they, of course, brought big upgrades to Montreal, and it worked quite well for that track, not for the subsequent 2, but it should be better suited to this track as well. So Mercedes hopefully going to do well. McLaren hopefully going to continue their great form from Silverstone, and Aston Martin hopefully in the fold. But a team that's just fallen off and that we never get to talk about as improving and showing us all wrong is the famed Ferrari. And their form is once again up in the air. Who knows? What do we expect from Ferrari this weekend?
Oh, I mean, Ferrari, gosh, if you have to describe their season as one word, it's certainly disappointing. Off the back of last season, they were so close in terms of the championship points until around now in the season, which is where they started to really fall off. But this season, I mean, the wheels weren't even on the car to start with. It's just been bad all around. Coming into this Grand Prix weekend, I'm certainly hoping they can pick up the pieces a bit more. But yeah, I'm not very optimistic, because I don't want to be let down again.
Indeed, and it's saying that basically don't be surprised if you see Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz fighting for pole position in qualifying, which they do tend to do. They've got very good qualifying pace in those Ferraris, but only they'll fall away come Sunday because the race pace of the Ferrari is nowhere in comparison to its qualifying time, and it's surprising that there's such a big gap between qualifying and the race itself. And also strategy does play a part to that, don't get me wrong. So, I mean, is it the less that we talk about Ferrari that they'll do better, hopefully?
I mean, it's so difficult. They've got just every resource available to them, including a Le Mans winning team. I keep reiterating this point over all of the Grand Prix weekends. But I mean, they've won Le Mans 24 hour. That is one of the most difficult races in motorsport to do. Surely you take some of those lessons and move it into your Formula One team. Hopefully, they have already started to do that, and we'll see the progress quite soon. But I mean, just the constant strategy, bad calls is just it's beyond a joke at this point. They just are not seeming to learn from their mistakes.
No, not at all. However, we talk about McLaren, and I did say McLaren were going to drastically improve. Well, they did drastically improve rather in Silverstone, and we could see some great things from them in Hungary. But Lando Norris is saying probably not, because McLaren, he says, are terrible when it comes to slow corners. And of course, the Hungaroring's got plenty of these, got lots of high downforce corners. And it says in an interview here, he says, I would say pretty terrible in the slow speed corners with regards to the McLaren fighting and matching with the Red Bull. Extremely difficult to drive. I feel if we're getting excited, and I accept that, but we're going to go to a couple of tracks coming up where I'm sure people are going to be saying, what have you done now? Like, has it got it's got bad all of a sudden? So he says, we've improved a lot of things. Tire degradation, there are things you want to try, and tire cooling, and blah, blah, blah. But nothing big from that side. It's just Silverstone allowed us to look after the tires nicely, keep them in good condition. Simple as that. So a lot of it is track specific. I don't want to get too excited. Good things have to come from the upgrades, but there's still plenty of things that are a mile away from, say, competing in certain places, with even Mercedes and as a whole package competing with the Red Bull. So, yeah.
Well, I feel that he's certainly downplaying their performance in Silverstone, as you do as a racing driver, because now you've got expectations from all of your fans to get back on that podium. I mean, that car certainly, I think, still has the pace off of Austria. Austria isn't necessarily a very high downforce track, but it does have some of those corners where you do require a lot more downforce than, say, Silverstone. But yeah, off the back of Silverstone, it does look like that is the track that their car is best suited to at the moment. Hopefully, they will be able to learn some lessons though, and be able to fight here in Hungary.
Indeed, and of course, Daniel Ricciardo is coming back to this Grand Prix, and we're just about wrapping things up for the preview. So, Daniel Ricciardo, where's he going to finish, Reese?
I'm going to be optimistic here. Of course, it's Danny Rick's first weekend back in Formula One in 6 months. It's going to be difficult. I'm going to say, though, that he does outperform his teammate, Yuki Tsunoda, which is already not the easiest thing to do. Not saying Yuki Tsunoda's incredible, but he's had a lot more time in that car.
Yeah. Does he finish top 10?
I don't know about if he's going to finish top 10. I'm going to say, though, that he out-qualifies Sergio Perez this weekend.
Okay. So, surprise drivers.
Quite optimistic.
Yeah, that's quite optimistic. So, surprise drivers for me, I think we're going to watch this weekend that are going to perform quite well, just to wrap things up, is I reckon Danny Rick will perform quite well. Alex Albon will perform very well. And I actually reckon Oscar Piastri will also be quite a bit of a surprise this weekend. And who are your 3 surprise drivers?
Well, now that you've taken all of them, don't have many to...
You could choose the same ones.
Now. Well, I don't think you can ever discount Charles Leclerc. He is fighting really hard to still get that Ferrari as high up as it can get. He might have a good qualifying session, but once again in the race, they might just not have the degradation on their side. So I'm going to say Charles Leclerc. Danny Rick, I am really looking forward to having him. So I'm going to say he is going to be a standout, as will this weekend. Alex Albon is certainly one of my absolute favorites as well to watch. And then lastly, I'm going to say Lando Norris.
A whole spread of drivers, and of course we still expect, though, the Red Bull with these new upgrades to improve even more so, and we'll probably see Max Verstappen on pole. But that wraps up our preview here. So, Reese, unless there's anything that you've got in the back there,
No, nothing more from my side.
yeah, I think we're going to head on out. Thank you guys so much for watching this preview for Hungary, and we'll of course be streaming all of the sessions on this channel right here on Forever Sports. This is Forever Motorsports, of course. You've been joined by me and Reese, and thanks once again to Bitdefender for sponsoring the channel and for all of their work there. Go check them out in the description as well. But otherwise, guys, we'll see you in the next one. Thank you so much for watching. Cheerio.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. Today's guide on how to watch the 2023 Formula One season, which kicks off this weekend. The Bahrain Grand Prix will officially get the season underway, and there is just so much action between now and about November when the season will come to an end. Just races all around the world, more sprints, more races, a busier season than ever, and yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting season to see exactly if Red Bull can continue to sort of assert their dominance, if you're going to see Mercedes coming back, what are we going to see? And the question is, how can you watch all the action throughout the season? Now, the first things first is that we will do videos for every single Grand Prix. We will do videos on how to watch that particular Grand Prix on a free-to-air broadcaster. Which means that as long as you subscribe to the channel and you monitor us, you'll be able to sort of find out how to watch every single race on a free-to-air broadcaster. And so make sure you subscribe to the channel for that. Now, to be able to do that, though, however, there are very different broadcasters from around the world. So what you're going to do is you're going to get yourself a VPN. Now, we recommend using ExpressVPN because we've tried and tested it, and it just works. So what you're going to do, link in the description, get ExpressVPN, get yourself that year subscription as well. If you sign up for a year subscription, you'll actually get an extra 3 months for free, which means you'll be able to start watching from this weekend, and it'll cover you up to about June next year. You're going to install ExpressVPN, and it's going to come up something like that. And you think if you click on the right-hand side there, you're then going to get these this pop-up, and those are all the locations of all the various places where you can, connect to sort of servers. And what it does, it kind of geolocates your device. So, for example, for Bahrain, there are free-to-air broadcasts in Belgium as well as in Austria. So you connect to those locations and you go to those sites. But if you totally wanted to watch the entire season, my recommendation would be to get F1 TV Pro. Now, it is only available in certain locations, that being the US, the Netherlands, Sweden, I think Spain, Germany. Then you'll need to use ExpressVPN if it's not covered in that region. And again, so what you do is you go on ExpressVPN, you go and select the United States, and then all you do is just turn it on. As soon as this goes green, it means that you are currently connected to a server in the United States. You're then going to go and sign up for F1 TV Pro, which is $45 for the entire year. Alternatively, it is $5 a month, which is really not a lot of money. And you can get so many more things. You can watch onboard footage with individual drivers. You get behind-the-scenes content. It really is the best way to watch Formula One. However, you can only watch it in those regions. And that is where a VPN, like ExpressVPN, will come in clutch and enable you to really sort of get the most out of F1 TV. Check out the description for a sort of step-by-step guide on exactly how you can do it. Apart from that, we'll see you guys throughout the season.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. You are now live. We are all of us live here for free practice 1 in Hungary for this F1 23 season. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Reese is currently blanked out. That is because he's currently coming back from work, so he will join us very, very shortly. But for now, it is just me, and we'll get going very, very soon. You can see the timings have just come up there, and we are ready to get going. We're just about 7.5 minutes away from free practice 1 starting off. And of course, the big news for this weekend is the fact that Danny Rick is back in an F1 seat. He is of course taking over from Nick de Vries in the AlphaTauri team. So Danny Rick is back on the grid. So let me know in the comments, what do you think he's going to do this weekend? Do you think he could fare well? I mean, are we going to see some very good performances from him? And of course, if you're watching the build-up package, we went and discussed a whole lot of things with everybody. And so I think, yeah, basically, I mean, are we going to expect incredible racing from Danny Rick, or do you think it's going to take a while for him to get going? into this race weekend and a while for them to get used to the car properly in terms of the AlphaTauri team. Otherwise, if you guys are new here, be sure to subscribe to the channel, like the video, and comment down below, as I say, your thoughts about what's going to happen this weekend. We are in Hungary. It's going to be very, very hot this weekend. It's going to be quite possibly one of the hottest Grand Prix we've had all season. There's a huge heat wave happening right now in Europe, and of course Hungary, right in the center of it, is going to be a very, very hot place here in Budapest. So, yeah, the Hungaroring, or Hungaroring, or however you want to say it, is ready for Formula 1 racing. Of course, F3 and F2 are also happening this weekend, and so all of our streams will include some content of theirs as well, some timing boards and otherwise. And we had F3 and F2 practices before this, and now we're heading on to the main event of this mid-afternoon, which is, of course, practice 1. And, yeah, I mean, here in South Africa, it is almost 1:30, and in Hungary, it is the same time, so I've got the same time zone. So the time on track is currently 13:24, and we are going to get going with practice very shortly. Now, McLaren is one of the teams dubbed to be faring decently this weekend. We've got a poll up. Be sure to go participate in that poll. It says who will compete the most with the Red Bulls this weekend, and we've got McLaren, Mercedes, Ferrari, and other as the options. And McLaren and Mercedes are very firmly tied at 34% each, with Ferrari at 20% and other at 11%. Now, the other for me would be Aston Martin, because they actually reckon this track suits their car a bit more than the previous two. So hopefully we'll see some of that form from Fernando Alonso come through this weekend, which of course we'd all be very excited to see. But will McLaren be able to carry across their incredible form from last week? Well, not last week, but the last Grand Prix, of course, in Silverstone, where obviously they managed to get a podium and almost a second podium place, with Oscar Piastri just falling short of that, Lewis Hamilton taking that third place ahead of him. So, I mean, it's surely going to be a very interesting weekend. I was chatting with my brother, actually, and we were discussing about what could happen this weekend with regards to the Hungarian Grand Prix. And with the exception of Max Verstappen, who's likely going to finish first, as per usual, we reckon, though, that the rest of the field is very, very open. It could be any Mercedes, Aston Martin, McLaren, Ferrari. It could be absolutely anybody for those second and third positions, and also including Perez in there, because Perez has not been racing well, of course. So it's certainly all up in the air for anything but that top spot, which I think Max Verstappen will continue to do. But at the same time, whilst we're on the topic of Red Bull, Max Verstappen's going to have to put up with big upgrades on that Red Bull car, which is certainly going to put a test to the team, and they reckon it should obviously make them a lot quicker. But, you know, it's a bit of a risk in terms of adding these inlets. You see, the air intakes have been significantly shrunk, almost to like a zero side pod idea, like Mercedes had, which they failed with, and they went to the side pod idea. Now Red Bull are basically saying, "Oh, look at us, we're going to be making ours smaller and quite sideways." It's a very different looking car, and the problem is that obviously it shouldn't. I mean, supposedly, I'm sure they've designed it in a way that makes it cool just as efficiently, but it could potentially result in a less efficient cooling for the car if they're going to gain speed or whatever. And on a weekend where Hungary is undergoing a huge heat wave, this could potentially throw some problems at Red Bull. Maybe the engine can't actually cope with the cooling, and so maybe their upgrade could otherwise prove to be a bit of a problem for the team. So we'll see what happens. But the track distance today, 4.3 kilometers, full throttle is only spent at 55% because it's quite a high downforce circuit here, the Hungaroring. 310 kilometers an hour is the top speed reached, and there are 14 turns in total. Now, before we get on into the Grand Prix, of course, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Do be sure to go and hit that like button. There's a whole lot of you watching right now, and I'd love to see you guys all smash that like button. Looking at our selected compounds, again, the softest three available, C5, C4, and C3 as your soft, medium, and hard tires. So let me know where you guys are joining in from. I'd love to hear from all of you. And yeah, we are very, very close to get going in Hungary. Yeah, lots of long words and otherwise, but joining me shortly will be Reese. He is currently just messaging me saying that he is very shortly out. So I will bring him in as and when he is ready, and of course we can then continue our discussion. I'm hoping that there's a lot of people in the stream right now who are regulars and otherwise. I'd love to have all of you guys here chatting amongst ourselves. Let's get the conversation going. Yeah. So, let me know your predictions for practice 1. Are we going to see Red Bull right on top, firmly on top? Are we going to see any other team potentially try and take them off that top spot? Is Ferrari going to do okay this weekend, or are they going to be just as disappointing as they have been throughout the entire season? And yeah, what's McLaren doing? What's Aston Martin doing? And what's Mercedes doing? As we do see Daniel Ricciardo in that AlphaTauri does now make his way out of the pit box and into the pit lane in that AlphaTauri. So his first return to Formula 1 since last season, where he was, of course, part of McLaren. So we're just 1 minute and 45 seconds away from starting practice 1. So lots of anticipation here. And also, what's Alex Albon going to do this weekend? Of course, he's been very, very good in that Williams car for the past few weekends. So he's certainly turning a lot of heads his direction. So maybe we see his contract get discussed soon, and maybe his potential return to certain teams. And otherwise, racing very, very well. And it's silly season in Formula 1, as we've seen. Dirk de Vries is gone. Daniel Ricciardo's in. So could we see other similar sort of things happening for the likes of Logan Sargent? Could we see things happening with Alex Albon for next season, maybe joining different teams, because he's been outperforming a lot of drivers in a much more underperforming car. So lots to look forward to. Alpine, of course, not been talking about them much this last week. Gasly and Ocon, of course, will be wanting to try and get a relatively good points this weekend, because it's not been going very well for them. Silverstone, they did not finish with either car, that both of them retired, which was really not a great day for them. So hopefully they will get going this weekend. And I do see that Reese is joining us here, but he's not quite here. Let me just set him up quickly, and he will join us, and then I can stop rambling on as I have been for the last 5 or so minutes. So I just want to make sure that he's all set up. And yeah, I'm just going to quickly set him up. But again, let us know in the comments how you guys are going to predict this weekend's Formula 1, and how's Danny Rick going to do in his first weekend back. Just quickly sorting out Reese's brightness. He's looking a lot better already. Look at that. Let's go and get the green screen in there. And alright, Reese is almost ready to go. Let me just go and check if we are good with Reese. And yeah, I think he is good. So let me just go and take him in. And Reese, you are now joining us for practice 1. Reese, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well, thanks. And yourself? Just to go back to your comment about possibly Alex Albon going to another team, I think he is set there in Williams for the next few years. He is supposedly signed until 2025, so he won't be moving until
Means nothing.
the end of that contract. But yes, I mean, as you say, it does mean nothing when we have teams like Red Bull changing drivers halfway through the season. We had, in that second seat in the AlphaTauri, we had Nick de Vries last race, and now it's Daniel Ricciardo. So it's all to play for still, with driver changes happening so quickly here in Formula 1. Lewis Hamilton just had a bit of a comment, because people asked him, is that how Formula 1 works? That you have one driver in the team one weekend and then another next weekend? And he says, no, that's just how Red Bull works. They are extremely cutthroat.
I think Lewis Hamilton's just trying to throw a little bit of shade somewhere and get his name into the papers. Don't get me wrong, adding a comment wherever he is always gets thrown into the papers, whether or not it's a snide comment or just a typical comment. But we do see Lewis Hamilton himself making his way out onto the track as free practice 1 has started, and we've got 58 minutes left. And I mean, Reese, what do you think we're going to see today? Are we going to see some ridiculous times put in from the Red Bull with their new upgrades, or are we going to see a relatively normal practice as we have seen throughout the entire year?
Well, I think Red Bull are going to be doing a lot of correlation today between their sims predictions as well as their, of course, the real-time track data that they will be able to collect here today. We should see a lot of that green paint on the side of their car. We see just how beautifully it flows. We've seen in the past few races where they've run that. I mean, it's going to be absolutely beautiful when we do see how the air flows around that car. Red Bull having brought, I think, the biggest upgrade package of the weekend. Thank you very much to James for putting together a list for me. Red Bull have brought 5 upgrades to this race weekend: a new front corner for reliability, new rear corner, side pod inlet, and engine cover. All of those parts are for reliability, and then a new floor body, which is for performance. And then we have Mercedes bringing 3 upgrades: a new front suspension for performance, new front wing for performance, as well as a new rear wing. Just notably there, though, for that Red Bull list that I had, they have also brought a new front wing, which hasn't necessarily been noted by too many people, but it is slightly different to their normal front wing that I have brought throughout the rest of the season. Then going throughout the rest of the grid, Ferrari have brought 1 upgrade, which is circuit specific. We expected that. They brought.
Oh my word! Sorry, Reese, I have to stop you. Perez is in the wall. In practice, he's in the wall. He's crashed that Red Bull car. Red flag in the session. Oh my word! Out of absolutely nowhere.
Not even 3 minutes into the session, Mark.
Oh my word! I cannot believe that. Brand new upgrades, and he's into the wall, and they're going to have to fix that car. That's a huge crash there for Sergio Perez. My word! How did that happen? Oh my word!
Oh, for a driver whose seat is rarely under pressure at the moment, he is in the wall. Helmut Marko looking
fuming.
Yes, he is not happy at all. That is, wow.
Perez even says, "I cannot believe this." Well, we can't believe it either.
Perez.
I don't think anybody in the Red Bull team can believe it. Nobody's moving. They're all just completely stunned, as we are. I mean, I cannot believe it. We haven't even seen a replay. I just suddenly cut across to Sergio Perez on the wall here. But you can see him coming up the hill here. Tries to turn left, I think, and just
turns left, and then this tricky
right.
right.
He goes into the grass a little bit.
The grass.
Yeah, it takes
just
way
touches
too much.
the grass, does a full 360, and then just completely crumples that front left. That's going to cause suspension damage. That's going to cause side pod damage as well to that car. With brand new upgrades, that is certainly not who you wanted. Some people asking who crashed. It was Sergio Perez, not even 3 minutes into the session.
And look at how that car just loses it. As soon as it takes a little bit of the grass. Yeah, Perez saying, I clipped the grass, I think, on braking. I just lost it. Yeah, indeed, we can all see that. My word,
I think
it did
lost
happen.
it is an understatement from Sergio Perez. I've completely shunted it and stuffed things up. Yes, that's what you have done, as he does get out that car and looks at those brand new side pods that he has. He is going to have a very, very long debrief session ahead of him.
My word. Now this is going to be quite a long red flag, one imagines. So we might actually have an extended practice session later, because we saw this previously with a red flag earlier in the season, where a lot of the session was spent trying to fix up everything on the track before they could let us go. And of course, actually, that was due to
I don't think it's
cameras.
going to be too long. They've got a recovery vehicle there already. The barriers don't seem to be damaged at all, so
I think they will just need to check everything. I still think, it'll be 10 minutes, I reckon, and then we'll probably get going. But I mean, I was literally saying before we started.
Good question, though, Mark.
Yeah.
Edgar saying, why don't they swap Perez with Ricciardo? I mean, that is certainly going to be what Red Bull are going to be looking at this weekend. They're going to be comparing Danny Rick with Sergio Perez. Pure Blood also just saying, because Perez has points, which is certainly quite true. But just looking at the damage to that car, that is extensive. That is going to be a full new front suspension, front left, as well as possibly some damage to the floor.
And the Red Bull engineers are just, you can just see they're going, oh my word, there's lots of work coming up. And Christian Horner is also just so, I think all of them are just as we are, just completely like, how can this continue to happen? I mean, unbelievable.
I mean, they've just put in months of work to bring them upgrades. Perez doesn't even put in a single flying lap and trashes the car. Gosh, and is now causing every other driver down the grid to wait for track time again. Yeah, Sergio is going to be under a lot of pressure in these coming few races.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable how it just keeps happening to this. We cannot get his name out of our mouths when it comes to bad things. Sergio Perez, every single time, every single weekend. Another red flag here, 53 minutes left of the session. Now, who's this actually affecting as well quite significantly is Danny Rick, who of course wants to try and get as much practice in that AlphaTauri as possible during these practice sessions. And he was out very, very early. And now he's had to come back into the pits, as is everybody else, because Perez has now put himself into the wall. I cannot actually believe it.
I mean, yeah, I'm very surprised that has happened. Yeah, well, we are just watching drivers now sitting in their grid boxes. It's
I just can't.
Still, I'm very, very surprised. And I mean, Perez is taking risks
in the first few minutes of the session, I mean, yeah, it's not looking very promising for him at all.
I know there's a whole lot of people joining us. Be sure to like the video. Please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you are new. Join me and Reese every race weekend, and otherwise every week for our regular shows and otherwise on the channel. And great to see a whole lot of our regulars returning. It's great to have you guys all here. And be sure to comment down below your thoughts about Perez, who's just crashed out again. I still can't get my mind around it.
I mean, as I was trying to say there, as I was looking through the comment section, though, he did take some big risks, though, going on the grass, which you don't normally do so early in the session, never mind the weekend. I mean, this is a mistake I would expect to see happening in qualifying, not in practice one.
No, and also not so early in practice one. I mean, it's not even an attempt yet. He's basically just going out on a warm-up.
I mean, he went so wide. He went so wide there, just watching that replay. He completely dipped the entire wheel, not like he ever so slightly touched the grass and it was a small mistake. No, he was so far off the track.
Yeah, unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Sergio Perez is out of the session. His car is going to need some serious repairs, and that's putting it lightly. And yeah, so we currently don't have any cars out on track. We're going to wait for the red flag to subside. We've got 50 minutes left. Max Verstappen, the other Red Bull driver, is now looking at this thinking, well, I'm the only Red Bull for the session testing out these brand new upgrades, so we're not going to get data from Perez either for how they're performing, so it's all down to me now. And yeah, I'm sure he won't be phased at all by that, and he's just going to move on out and think, you know what, my teammate is not a great teammate these days, you know, whatever. You know, once upon a time, he was basically saying, oh, I'm going to try and challenge Max Verstappen at the top of the field, and these days, I don't think he even thinks about that.
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning of the season, we were expecting another Hamilton, Rosberg, Vettel, Webber situation at Red Bull, where we were expecting or hoping for an inter-team battle between those two drivers, because in the first few races they were quite equally matched. But yeah, Sergio Perez has really just fallen back in these last few races, as we do see now his car is off the track, missing a wheel, of course, but we should be able to get running going very quickly. Yeah, I mean, it's not great. We do see the session will be resumed at 11:45 local time, so 5 minutes. Oh, sorry, 1 minute time. 13:41. Sorry, it was a bit blurry for me. I couldn't really see.
So we're very close.
Yeah. 1 minute time.
35 seconds away.
Seconds.
Yeah. So luckily, it's not been a long. Oh, is that are those raincoats coming out? I see a whole lot of people in the crowds all chucking on jackets. Is that rain? Perhaps.
It could be.
Because they're all of them suddenly putting on jackets.
It might also just be the wind has picked up, but we'll have to wait and see if this rain does come over, because we do see a bit of cloud cover above the track.
Yeah, those are drops in the track.
It is. We're seeing rain in the pit lane.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
Yeah, 10 seconds to go, and everybody's on these soft tires. We can just see everyone's fighting to get out to the track. It's a lot of cars. I think it's because the rain's here. They're trying to get some soft tire.
Relatively small load that we do see on the radar. So hopefully it will not be with us for too long. Just seeing Daniel Ricciardo still in the box at the moment, if I'm seeing correctly, but Hamilton and Verstappen very close together there.
Yeah, Hamilton's going to lead out everybody as we do resume the session. It is all green flags now, and a whole lot of cars making their way out onto the track. Lewis Hamilton going out first, Max Verstappen following him, followed by Fernando Alonso. Now, what can we expect from Fernando Alonso this weekend, Reese?
Well, I'm really hoping we're going to see some more battling out for the top spot of the race, of course, as we saw in Britain with that race in Silverstone. We saw the McLarens were quite fast. Hopefully they still have a bit of pace here this weekend. They've been downplaying them, saying that it's not necessarily the perfect track for them, but hopefully they are just underplaying their expectations a bit, and we do get them once again quite close to the top spots here. Their car certainly has the potential, so it's hopefully what we are going to see. I'm hoping, though, that the upgrades from Red Bull aren't going to allow them to run away too much. We are expecting them to at least get 0.2 seconds faster, but whether it allows them to get even faster than that, we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully not.
Indeed, minutes, rather, not seconds. 47 minutes left of the session, and everybody's on their out laps pretty much, just about to get going with some proper timed laps. We haven't got a single time on the board yet for any lap, because due to that red flag from Sergio Perez. And as a result, I'm going to go in the poll that we had running. The poll was who will compete the most with Red Bull this weekend, and winning our poll, only just, is McLaren with 32% of the votes, and Mercedes also got 32% of the votes, but a slightly smaller percentage of 32. So yeah, McLaren and Mercedes dubbed to go and hopefully challenge Red Bull this weekend. Ferrari getting 22%, and the rest of the grid getting 12% of your votes. So thank you very much for participating in that. I'm going to start a new poll, and Reese, I think you can imagine what I could possibly be asking.
Well, will people be able to keep up with Red Bull this weekend? Or, well, you've already asked that, sorry. Or who will take the top spot at the end of practice one?
Absolutely no ways. I'm going to be asking Sergio Perez. What's happening with him?
Whether he's going to be replaced or not, that is a good question, actually, to put out to everyone watching alongside with us. Almost at 300 viewers. Please do, as I said that, we do jump over to 320. Thank you very much for joining us. This is going to be the Hungarian Grand Prix race weekend. We are in practice one at the moment, 46 minutes left of the session. After that red flag, when Sergio Perez just lost it into the wall on his first flying lap, 3 minutes and 40 seconds into the session. We do have a yellow flag as we're seeing a lot more rain falling down into turn 12. We're seeing Magnussen Valtteri Bottas lost it off the track there, but staying on the grass, not going into the barriers. Luckily, as we do have that poll now running. What has happened to Sergio Perez? Your options are replace him with a lot of exclamation marks and all caps. He has lost confidence, he's fine, or keep him as it is more entertaining. You didn't replace him with Danny Rick, just replace him. But let's see what people have to say in the comment section. Please do go and vote in that poll. We will be chatting about it throughout the rest of the session. Bottas just saying it's undrivable out there. I mean, they are all on slicks, so you expect them to go out on a set of inters or a set of wets. It does look like more intermediate running at the moment.
Indeed. And the interesting thing as well is that we are about... Oh, yeah, just seeing that Valtteri Bottas moment there, just losing a little bit.
It's fun.
Yeah. And, I mean, just going to the practice so far, we've had almost 20 minutes of the session. Well, just 15 minutes of the session, call it. And we've had a red flag, a yellow flag, and we've not had a single lap get put in yet. We don't have a single time on the board.
It's certainly very odd. It's something I haven't seen before. Being so far into a session, of course, we did have red flags, but people have had the opportunity to put a lap time in. Just watching Sergio Perez now chatting with his race engineer, I'm sure they will be looking at the data as to why he had that incident. I mean, it's pretty obvious. He ran out of talent.
Are you sure this is his race engineer, not his therapist?
I think he needs a therapist at this point, but I think it is his race engineer / therapist. He might just need I think he needs more than a therapist at this point, but yes.
It's actually
I don't know what Sergio Perez can do.
Because
it is upsetting.
I'm actually a fan of Sergio Perez. I know it doesn't sound like it, but I've actually always liked Sergio Perez. I've always thought he's a really aggressive driver. He's very much exactly what Formula One represents. That whole aggression, taking the gap, going forward.
Has won multiple teams, which is also something to give him, because that's not an easy thing to do.
No, and it's I've always liked him as a driver, and now he's just this. I don't know what's happened. Do you think there's too much pressure on him due to the fact that he was expected to really compete with Max Verstappen this season because Red Bull's car is so effective?
Andy is saying, I think Perez is distracted thinking of his pregnant wife. I mean, I'm sure that doesn't necessarily add to the pressure that he has on his shoulders trying to fight with Max Verstappen, who is just at the peak of his career at the moment, you would expect. I mean, yeah, maybe he is just a bit distracted with his wife being back at home with child. I mean, it is going to be something that eats at the back of your mind. But I mean, saying that, we've seen was it Hulkenberg or Magnussen, who's been doing quite well, and he's also just had a child recently.
Yeah, look, I don't think if you're a professional sportsman that should have any effect on your mental state, especially when they're all healthy and happy. If it was like problems in the background, maybe, but I think having a newborn child doesn't necessarily distract you too much, and otherwise being pregnant as well. But as Pure Blood says, and he's one of our regulars in the comments, says Perez is nearly the perfect number 2. He just needs a bit more consistency. And the thing is, he has been very consistent in the past. It's just this season he's now still, I suppose, being consistent, but not the consistency you want. Consistently messing up, and otherwise, yeah, just throwing it away. I think
Consistently not getting into quali 3, consistently not getting on the podium. Yeah, it's not great. Supercube was just saying here, Checo needs to chill out on the summer break, spend time with his family, spend some time maybe playing the Formula 1 game, just to win a few times, get back in the mood, and then be in better shape. I mean, we often see when drivers are struggling throughout the first season, they do really just gather themselves through that summer break and come back fighting through the second half of the season. Certainly, Perez will be hoping he's going to be able to do that during the summer break coming up, because there is a lot of pressure on that second Red Bull seat. If he is not able to fight and get closer to Max Verstappen, he could be losing his seat prematurely, either being kicked out to AlphaTauri or just losing that drive altogether.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be replaced this season. I think there's far too many points behind his name in terms of the Red Bull car manufacturer. There's nobody going to come in and take his place, and otherwise you'd rather build on his points. But certainly looking at next season, he's not doing himself any favours. So, as they say in the comments, be sure to go and rest up, relax, and he's now having a chat with Helmut Marko in the Red Bull garage, and yeah, I'd be interested to know what they're chatting about, just having a good chat there. He doesn't seem to be too phased, Sergio Perez. Obviously looks a bit upset, dejected, but yeah, it doesn't seem to be like he's getting a complete rinsing from all of the engineers. Now he's getting a smile and a pat on the back there from Helmut Marko. So all seems to be all right and less pressure in the garage. But yeah, I think he needs to go away the summer break, relax, kick back, go to the beach, do something, come back all refreshed and energized, and get ready to race for the rest of the season, because he is a very good driver. We know this. We like making jokes about him, but he's a great driver.
He's shown it historically that he is very competitive still. The beginning of this year, I mean, fighting it out with Alonso when Max Verstappen had that grid penalty, I think, in Saudi Arabia. Everything just started to fall off after Monaco. Rizoth just saying in the comments, Perez is overdriving. And that's surely what we've been seeing. He's just taken way too many risks. We've seen that in this session. He's dipped his wheel into the grass on his first hot lap. It's just taking risks that don't need to be taken right now, and just not having the pace when he needs to have it. I mean, it's just very hit or miss at the moment for him. We do see a Mercedes, though, leaving the pits now to get out on track. It is Lewis Hamilton. Just waiting to see what set of tyres he's on. He's on a set of
intermediates, yeah. So intermediate tyres there for Lewis Hamilton. He seems to be the first car that's going to make his way out. With just 39 minutes left of the session and not a single lap time to speak of. Hopefully we'll see that change very shortly. And now the first lap times we're going to see around the track are going to be on inters, so it's going to be very slow compared to the times that we actually would see. So it's not going to be a very indicative session for the remainder of the next at least 10 to 15 to 20 minutes whilst we get rid of this rain before we can get back onto those soft tires. So I mean, for all that this weekend's supposed to be a very, very hot weekend, we've got rain affecting the first session. So I think it's going to be a completely wild weekend when it comes to weather.
I mean, I don't even think we'll have much rain for the rest of the session, because it doesn't seem to be raining too much anymore. I mean, Hamilton's going round quite well on the set of intermediates, but we could see a dry track before the end of the session, because that rain system was quite small anyways. Pure Blood just having a chat there with Michael, who said that Yuki should go to Red Bull after the summer break. Pure Blood disagreeing with that comment, saying that the whole reason they brought Danny Rick into AlphaTauri is because they need a possible someone to replace Nico Hulkenberg.
Just also having a good look at this. Nico Hulkenberg's new haircut, in case anybody's seen it. He's dyed his hair completely, well, I'd say blonde, but it's actually more white. Yeah, it's not a great look.
It's for the whole bar. It's Nico Hulkenberg
yes,
for this race weekend. But back onto my conversation about Danny Rick at AlphaTauri. I mean, I think he'd certainly be brought into that seat to just egg on Perez a little bit and just put the pressure onto him. And just, I think they're kind of saying, come on, mate, we know you've got the pace, pick it up, or we're going to have to replace you, because this is a team. It's not a charity case, unfortunately. We can't have that seat just going to waste with possibly one of the most dominant cars of all time.
Yeah.
Just sitting in the middle of the field.
I know. It's bizarre. It really is bizarre. But tell you what's also more bizarre is the fact that I was really hoping we're finally going to see a lap get put in on this track, because we haven't had a single lap time get put in yet. And Lewis Hamilton, who made his way out on a set of inters, has immediately dived back into the pits and is now sitting in the pit
fact
garage.
that we have two views of the same car, though, that Formula One is showing us, because there's just absolutely no track action, unfortunately. While this rain is just overhead at the moment, hopefully it will move away quite soon. But yeah, no running at the moment. Just watching Alex Albon with that brilliant helmet that he has been running for the last few races, that black and white split helmet. It's quite great there. We do have another car coming out onto track, at least. So as I said, we don't have any action. We have another car getting out onto track. It is an Alpine of
Ocon.
is Esteban Ocon with his Michael Schumacher tribute helmet. Ocon and Mick Schumacher being quite good friends off the track, so quite nice to see there.
Indeed. And we've got almost 400 viewers. Let's just kick that up to... I think we actually have hit 400 viewers. So welcome to all of you here. Sorry? You said something?
406 viewers.
406, there you go. So we've got 406 viewers and we've not got nearly as many likes. So all of you guys watching, please go and hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. And more importantly, turn on those notifications for Formula One and otherwise Formula Motorsports videos on our channel. Of course, we do cover a couple of other sports as well. But we are growing exponentially as a channel. We have really grown in the last couple of weeks, so we'd hopefully like to keep that going. So if you guys could kindly go and subscribe to the channel and join the community. We've got a really nice community here, great discussions in the chat, lots of knowledgeable F1 fans. We love having you guys all here, so let's keep it going in the chat. And yeah, be sure to like the video, hit that like button. I really do mean it. Go and hit that like button. Let's get up to 100 likes as quickly as possible. We've got 35 minutes left of the session. Ocon is currently out on track. Do you think he's actually going to try and put a lap in, or do you think he's just going to come straight back to the pits as well?
Oh, gosh, I really hope so. I hope he'll put in the lap time, because we haven't had any lap times being put in this session.
Oh.
I did say it looked like a very small weather system.
No,
it
but
does
it's
seem to
grown.
be growing a little bit.
It's a big one now.
We do have the hand, though, out of the pit lane at the moment, as we have Esteban Ocon on his sighting lap. Hopefully he will put in the lap time now. Super Rankin saying maybe they fired the wrong Red Bull driver. I mean, we'll have to wait and see what Perez is able to do. He keeps saying, this is the weekend.
I know.
This is the weekend, I'll pick up the pieces. And then he doesn't. I'm so disappointed for him, because I really want him to do well. He has been in the sport for a long time. He's a firm favorite of a lot of fans out there. And I don't know what is happening. He's just really lost the pace. Okay, this is a moment of truth, and he's pulling into the pits.
This is also a really stupid graphic from F1. So I have to say, it says laps completed so far in the session. It says like George Russell 4, Norris 4, Sainz 5. Nobody's completed a lap. What are they talking about?
Unsighting lap, so it does count.
Please.
Yeah, unfortunately, but it's so disappointing right now. Not much happening out on track.
Sainz is on track.
Happening, though. Oh, we do have Carlos Sainz out on track. That is good.
Carlos Sainz is out on track, but I don't think he's also going to...
123 with a good question there. If Lando was in Checo's car, could he bring a fight to Verstappen? I mean, it would take him, I think, a few races to get comfortable, to learn how that car does work, because we do see these cars are completely different to each other in terms of the way they drive in different teams. We hopefully will get a bit of a comparison, maybe if we get Danny Rick in that car, how long it takes him to get up to speed with his AlphaTauri. Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily a plug and play thing where you can just change cars and be competitive straight away. It would take time, but I think he would be quite competitive in the car nonetheless.
Indeed. And just following on to the conversation, Pink Rex, that's a new name I've not seen in the comics. Very interesting one. And the image of the profile looks even more interesting. It says, do you think Perez is going to get traded at the break before the Dutch Grand Prix? And I think both of our answers would be probably no.
Well, I think it's possible. I don't discount anything with Red Bull nowadays, because they do what they want, apparently. as now we have Sainz back in the pits. This is very exciting out here.
I know.
Having drivers just in and out the pits.
It's a great session, this one.
Yeah.
But we have hit 500 viewers, so welcome to all of you. And again, very much thankful for all of you guys joining the channel. If you guys are the first time here, stick around. We'd love to have some great conversation. We are not just here showing times. We have genuine discussions and proper in-depth analysis. And we do try to answer comments that we do see, those that are worthy of at least answering. Sometimes people have some discussions by themselves, and that's also completely fine. It's a great little community we have here on the channel. So be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Just see a little bite there from Carlos Sainz as he's doing a sighting lap there. Yeah, just goes slightly off the track there and onto that bollard. So interesting that this track is just clearly very difficult to drive right now.
I've just turned up my gain a little bit because Liam said it's difficult to hear me, so hopefully it's a bit better now. So just going back onto the Daniel Rick chat, I think it's very much up to him what happens this weekend in terms of him and Perez possibly swapping. If he has a brilliant race weekend, I think Red Bull won't hesitate because they're going to be losing out on points every race weekend at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's I suppose, yeah. The other thing about it, because I was thinking, they won't replace Perez because the points Perez has got for the Drivers' Championship and things like that. But for the Constructors' Championship, it's certainly in peril right now because it doesn't matter which driver that is. That's just general points. So maybe, yeah, maybe it is possible. Maybe it could potentially happen. I don't see it happening. I'm sure they'll back Perez. They've been with Perez for a little while now. I think they'll probably stick with him.
You say they've been with him for a little while. I think it's only been
3 seasons?
2 years?
It's been
I think
2 to 3.
it's 2 seasons.
Well, last year wasn't his first one.
And 2022.
Well, last year wasn't, so it's his 3rd season, so I'm saying, so 2 to 3 years.
Sorry.
So,
This
so,
is his 3rd season.
yeah,
yes.
so I mean, it's been here for a little bit, so he's not exactly brand new to the team. He's stuck around a bit more than the other secondary drivers.
I don't think he is. Come on, Charles Leclerc, stay out there. No, he also comes into the pits. Come on, people.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous how nobody, and I do mean absolutely nobody, is making their way out. I mean, just have a go at least. You know, we're not even asking for a quick lap. We're just asking for a lap of some description.
Yes, I mean, we just want to see drivers out on track putting in a lap time. We do see, though, I think they're putting on slicks.
Oh, those are medium.
Not going out, though. Not going out.
No,
just
no,
doing
no.
a practice pit stop there.
Yes.
Thank you, though, Liam Bradshaw, for that comment. I have fixed it now for you. Yeah, just watching the replays, not much is really happening because it is just so slick out there. We haven't had much running on track at all. Yeah, just not much happening. Andy just saying too much talk and fanfare, but Ricciardo, I'm over it. Tell us why. Why don't you like the hype about Ricciardo? I think it's certainly exciting to have him back in the sport.
Well, that's funny. Lorenzo's
like
gone and given a reason for that. He's gone and said, and his thing is going to say, everyone is just overhyping the Daniel move to AlphaTauri. Daniel has been absolutely poor, I'm just going to say that much, in the Renault and McLaren. So pipe down, please. So, there's a very, very aggressive comment there coming from Lorenzo. I can see why. He's a Man City supporter, so he's just a glory hunter, you know. That's just... But
Mark,
yes.
of course, being a big Manchester United supporter, so take anything he has to say about football with a massive grain of salt.
What?
If not entire cup of salt. Yes. But, I mean, I think it's going to be interesting to see what he's able to do. I think the reason why he wasn't necessarily the most at home at Renault and McLaren is due to the fact that the cars just have a completely different handling style to the Red Bulls, and he's adapted his driving style to the way that the Red Bull drives. Max Verstappen will drive a car that will be similar to what Daniel Ricciardo likes being set up, so we'll have to see what will happen with him, of course, at AlphaTauri being a different team, but that car is slightly based off of the Red Bull car. It is absolutely bucketing.
I must say, it's very wet now.
This is going to be still wet territory out there now.
So, I mean, do you think they'll make a change to pre-practice 2? I suppose they won't because there's no red flag, so they can't exactly go and say they've lost the practice because of the rain, because they're still racing around. We do see a McLaren is out there Is that Oscar Piastri? It is Oscar
Piastri.
Piastri. But you can just see on those inters, he's really, really struggling to get around. There's no way he's going to even attempt a lap. It's really bucketing down now
It
in
is
Hungary.
really, really wet
It's,
out there.
oh my word, you can just see he's starting to lose a little bit
gosh.
there, Oscar Piastri. So he's definitely going to come back to the pits. I don't think he's going to even bother attempting. I mean, do you think maybe they'll come out on a set of wet tires, like complete wet tires? I mean, they're basically pointless to practice on. But just for the crowd's entertainment?
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to see him just put in a lap. Supra Rankin just saying his time at Renault, he put both teammates to shame. I do remember that. As well as at McLaren, he was still very competitive and did take the only win in the past few years at McLaren and got a podium with Renault, which is another little bit of a moment from Oscar Piastri. As you said, we have a time being put in finally.
Piastri's going to cross the line and get a lap time in. Oh, beautiful. We love it.
I'd like to see now Ricciardo putting in some lap times in this AlphaTauri and seeing what his true pace is compared to Yuki Tsunoda. Oscar Piastri, though, just really trying to get around this track. Andy just saying nothing against Ricciardo, just too much posts and news about him lately. I get the point that he's back. Good job and good luck. Thank you very much. I do agree. There's a lot of overhype about him. There's a lot of hype. I think it's exciting to have him back in the sport. He is such a great personality, which is why people are so excited to have him back.
I think it's exactly what we said. And we said before Nick de Vries got replaced, we said the one thing with replacing Nick de Vries with Daniel Ricciardo that would do good for anything, and nobody can argue this, is that it's certainly going to help the sport in terms of entertainment. Because not to say Nick de Vries is the most boring person I've ever seen on the grid, but he really added nothing in terms of personality. He was just there, walked around, answered a couple of questions. He was a very, very quiet and very introverted character, I think. And that's not anything against Nick de Vries, but it's just that at the end of the day, when you're not performing and you've also got really no substance to your character on the grid as well, nobody really has a following for you, nobody really cares, and then as a result, you've got one driver in the grid who nobody's even watching and bothering with. It just becomes another name lost in the bunch. Whereas at least with Daniel Ricciardo, you've got a real personality that at least adds a bit of excitement to the grid and smiles and otherwise
and
interesting.
He's got marketability.
Yeah,
I mean that's one of the biggest names in Formula One. He's got such a big fan following. Oh my word! Just looking at these Red Bull side pods, they are absolutely stunning. I'm excited to see what they have going for them this weekend. I'm sorry, I'm just so into the way that these cars work. It is so incredible.
Reece letting in his
Red Bull engineers are able to bring these upgrades and make this car even more competitive.
Yeah,
they are just not satisfied.
Reece just bringing in his absolute love of how they design these cars. He absolutely, he analyzes them, looks at them, and looks at how all of this stuff is done. He's absolutely fascinated by the engineering part of it. So it's just funny when I could just see him like almost geeking out over the
I feel sorry for everyone in the group chat because I'm constantly sending stuff about aerodynamics, and I think I'm the only one who really cares, but I don't care. You are going to get lumped in with that. Steel Ranger saying, I have a measured expectation of Ricciardo. I was in the camp that unfortunately overhyped de Vries without really going over his past performances. I don't want to get my hopes up again. I mean, it's probably good not to overhype him too much and not to get your expectations too high, because I mean we don't necessarily know how he is going to be able to perform in that car. He was struggling a lot in McLaren, but I don't know, maybe he can make this AlphaTauri team more his and get them to develop the car in a way that suits his driving style, and maybe we'll see him back in his form of old. I certainly hope to see his old form back on the grid, as much as I'm happy to see his personality back on the grid.
Indeed. We've got 24 minutes left of the session. It's very, very much bucketing down. There's lots of big puddles starting to form on the track here in Hungary. And there are over 600 of you watching this session, so welcome to the chat and to the video. And it's just a big chat right now. We're basically doing a podcast.
600 of you. Yeah, that's only 80 likes.
Exactly
so
what I was going to go to.
Do like the video.
Yes, indeed. We're close to that 100 mark. Let's go and get all of you guys liking the video as much as you can.
Just watching here. The reminiscence of Sergio Perez's car, that front wing is completely destroyed. It had to be extracted from the tire wall, hearing from Sam Collins. That car is under extensive damage, and the Red Bull engineers are trying their best to lift it up off of the trailer at the moment. but it is just very, very damaged. It's going to be difficult to get that back into the pits.
We're slowly but surely approaching that 100 like mark. I'm not going to accept it, people. There are over 600 of you guys watching. It takes not even 20 of you to go and like it to get us over that 100.
And it doesn't
mark.
cost anything, so
Exactly.
just like the video.
Just go like the video, indeed. And if you guys are new to the channel, be sure to subscribe as well and turn on notifications. And otherwise, ask us some questions in the chat. Let's get some chat going, because right now the action on track is very limited. Just 22.5 minutes left. We see a whole lot of bubbles forming in the rain here on one of the parts of the track there. It's quite fun.
Just the run-off zones there. F1 2020 or F1 23 asking, did Checo hit the barriers hard? Yes, he did. Actually caused quite a lot of damage to his car, ripping that front wing cleanly off of the front crash structure, and then also destroying the front left suspension and wheel, completely detaching that from the car, and hopefully not causing too much damage to those new side pods, but I think there might be a little bit, unfortunately. Hopefully the Red Bulls do have some spares with them. If not, then he is going back to the old spec.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what might happen if they can't resuscitate the car. But as the Red Bull engineering team, I'm sure they'll make a plan and get some stuff done. Joe Guanyu earlier was complaining about, like right in the beginning of the session, I was going to comment about it, and then obviously Checo crashed, so we got a bit sidetracked. But Joe Guanyu was on the radio and saying, I've really got a lack of energy here. I've got no power and it's losing energy. And they said, box, we need to box, we need to box. So clearly a problem there with Joe Guanyu's car. So will they be able to perhaps fix it? Who knows?
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. Lorenzo, your favorite Man City supporter, Mark, has said, with it being wet and coldish weather, does that bring Ferrari more into contention? We all know that Ferrari is hard on its tires, so possibly the colder conditions will help with their tire degradation. Well, we have a very hot weekend predicted.
Even though it's
raining.
I
don't necessarily... it's raining now, but we have a very hot weekend that has been predicted for us. As Max Verstappen gets into his car, hopefully we'll get some lap times being put in from him. I mean, when we do have cooler conditions in the dry, we do see those Ferraris coming a bit more into contention. But I think if we do get really hot weather this weekend again, it's going to eat away at their tires again, like we saw in Silverstone last time out.
And just want to say thank you to everybody who is in the chat. We finally hit that 100 like mark, so thank you to all of you guys. And you cannot stop there, just keep it going. And yeah, quite a few comments coming in here. And somebody making a little bit of a joke here, which I do enjoy. Says, if Perez does get kicked out, what do you think he will do with his life? And somebody says, who knows? Might get an NBA a Latifi.
I did like that comment too. That is quite funny there.
I do enjoy that. And of course, that's with reference to Latifi, who had a statement this last week, basically saying what's he been doing with his life since leaving F1 and why he's been so quiet.
Not racing.
And yeah, not racing. And he's going to go and do an MBA indeed. So he's seems to have left the world of racing behind him, I think.
Yes, I don't think he will be venturing out into a racing car anytime soon, seeing as he is now studying an MBA. Someone also is just asking what time FP2 is. I will let you know in 2 seconds. I'm just having a quick look. It is at 5 p.m. South Africa time.
It's the same
I think
time
it is
on
also
track,
local time, yes, in Hungary.
And now just looking at the stats here, McLaren scored 30 points in Silverstone, one more than 29 they've accumulated from the rest of the season so far. So in one race, they managed to get more points than the entire rest of the season combined. Wow.
Yes, I mean, yeah, that is quite the stat there.
Ah, dear. And it's really still raining quite a lot here, although they seem to be trying to dry up the pits. Maybe it has stopped raining. Has it stopped raining? I can't quite see.
No, I don't think so.
But yeah, somebody's just hoovering the pits there, and they seem to be...
I think they're just drying they do this when they have a car coming back into the pits, or if they want to be doing a practice pit stop, they dry that pit box a little bit just to allow the drivers not to slide too much when they are braking. We do have, I think this is Valtteri Bottas out on track at the moment. He had a little bit of a slide earlier when he was on slick tires in the wet conditions, but he is currently doing a dry lap time, just saying low grip, but for now it is drivable. So hopefully he will put in a lap time and join the, I think, 3 other drivers who have put in a lap time.
Yeah, and even those lap times, we can't even see what they were because they were so slow they don't bother keeping them there as a fastest lap time of the session. So Valtteri Bottas now going around on the intermediate tyres, brand new intermediate tyres. He's got no laps under his name with regards to those tyres. So Albon has also made his way out to the track, as has Logan Sargent. Now, Logan Sargent, we're approaching the window in the break, the summer break, where potential other changes could happen on the grid. I think he's probably the most likely other name. Maybe even Sergio Perez, of course, with him there. Now, Logan Sargent has performed relatively well in the last couple of Grand Prix. So do you think he saved himself from the axe?
Sorry, repeat that again. I was reading.
That's a long repeating question. I cannot repeat that for you. I'm just going to go and say, Logan Sargent, will he stay as a result of his performances over the last couple of weekends, or will he get axed?
I think he will. He's the only American driver at the moment. That also brings a lot of marketability. He hasn't necessarily shown his true pace yet. I think he's still getting scripts. Last few races, he has had a bit of a better performance than the previous couple. So I think he's going to be given the benefit of the doubt and allowed to stay in that seat, possibly till the end of the season, maybe for another season, if he is able to pick up the pieces before Abu Dhabi. But if not, then maybe we'll see Mick Schumacher.
And I suppose, Bottas seems to be actually going for a lap here properly. So we're actually on board with Bottas for the first time. We're on board with someone this session. Bottas has got a first sector time. He's going to try and put in a second time as he comes towards that second sector. Really struggling with grip. You can just see him permanently correcting. He puts in a 117.7 in that second sector. It's not going to be any purple sectors here because technically purple sectors were put in on people's sighting laps before the rain kicked in. And Bottas now coming around the final 3 corners to finish off his lap. He might get there in under 2 minutes. Who knows? It's going very, very slowly as he comes around the final corner here. And he's going to put it in a 1:48, 9, 10, 1:47.7. So it's technically the fastest time of the day, a purple lap time, and it's our first real lap time.
Sergio Perez, just on a side note, Mark.
Yes.
Sergio Perez is going to get kicked by Adrian Newey. Because of his crash, guess what has been leaked? Red Bull's brand new floor.
Oh, no. That's
Red Bull's very, very detailed and very intricate brand new floor has been leaked. And it is an absolute beauty, and we can see why that car is so competitive.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable what Red Bull and Adrian Newey managed to do with that car. So yeah, Sergio Perez not in the good books at all with Red Bull right now after showing not just the fact that he's managed to crash out early on in the session and really damage that car, so all the engineers have to go and fix it up. But as you say, Adrian Newey's going to be very upset because the brand new upgrades are just being exposed to everybody. So everyone can go and copy them as well. So really not gone well. But yeah, let's go and talk about podium predictions here, Reese. What do we reckon for qualifying? I'm not going to say for the race, but let's go for qualifying times. What are we feeling?
Well,
assuming it's
let's
dry.
see what happens, of course, with the weather. Yes, as you say. Whoa, big slide there from Daniel Ricciardo.
Oh my word, Ferrari's almost in the wall. He's trying to save himself. He's beached. He's beached. Oh my word, he's beached. No. Carlos Sainz has beached the car.
They should be able to at least push him off of there. But we do have now a red flag. Daniel Ricciardo is starting his first hot lap, and we have a red flag. Damn it.
Oh my word, the session.
14 minutes left of the session.
Hopefully we'll
just be able to push that car off and get going once again. Frederic Vasseur not looking very impressed there. But back to that conversation, Mark, that we were having predictions.
Yeah, just very quickly, because I want to see Sainz's little spin here.
I think we're going to have Max Verstappen P1, Lando Norris P2, Hamilton P3.
Yeah, very
so our podium places from last weekend.
Okay.
That car is definitely beached, and he is not moving anywhere until someone pushes him.
Oh my word, I cannot believe the Sainz now on the radio just say, yeah, I'm stuck. Yeah, I think we can all see that, mate.
No duh.
Oh my word. Yeah, really, this has probably been the worst session of Formula One I've ever watched in my life. Genuinely.
Well, I've seen worse, but yes.
But for such a bad session, we do have now 700 people joining us here on the stream. So thank you very much to all of you who have joined. Very, very good to have you all here. Just watching a replay here of Carlos Sainz. Oh, my word, yeah, outrageous.
He just had a big hand of oversteer coming through turn 4, the right-hander. Just completely lost it, couldn't catch it. Went over the curb there, so slightly bumped the barriers, hit a marker, and then tried to spin it round, get back onto the track, and is now wedged on the floor.
And they're trying
are
to desperately push him, but they're pushing the
but
tires.
those wheels are just spinning.
Why
That's
is
not
push
going to
the
help.
tires? Push the car, not the tires, you chops. Oh my.
He is back out on track, so we should get a green flag very, very shortly.
I'm sorry, that's one of my favorite things to have watched. It's the fact that the guys there trying to push his tires, which are very clearly in the air.
Yes. It's a bit funny.
Oh no, these engines. Oh dear. Oh well, at least they've got him back out onto the track. So the red flag should hopefully subside within the next couple of minutes. And then we will have a green flag for the last 10 or so minutes here in Hungary and in Budapest. And yeah, guys, let us know in the comments, what do you think of Sergio Perez and Carlos Sainz? So both of them had a little bit of spin. Of course, Sergio Perez resulted in a very broken Red Bull. Carlos Sainz just beaching the car, just saying cheers to them, check the car at a slight contact, so they just want to make sure that the car's fine.
Yes, his front wing is broken, as we just saw that end plate break off.
Oh, yeah.
Luckily, the suspension's all right, though, as the pundits do say. James Harvey disagreeing with my predictions for qualifying, saying no chance. McLaren are quick on this circuit, saying that they're not going to be quick at all. Thank you very much to Fazil. I'm sorry, I definitely butchered your name. But giving us a $2 super chat. Thank you very much. Come on, Danny Rick.
Danny Rick, actually, he said.
Oh, Danny Rick, yes.
I think those are Aussie dollars, so very much appreciated. Fizzle.
Either way, thank you very much.
We very much appreciate
it. That's our super chat. Sorry, our second super
we've had a couple now. Yeah, so thank you very much, and keep it coming, guys, if you guys want to. Very much appreciated. And yeah, we'll be sure to say thank you once again to Fizzle. And Pure Blood now also saying McLaren need to improve themselves on these slow medium circuits. They're definitely rapid on the high-speed corners, but no corners like this here. And this is exactly what Lando Norris was saying. He was saying that people are expecting a lot from us this weekend, but it's a very slow circuit in terms of full throttle.
He's just lying.
55%, 55% on the full throttle around the circuit, which is really not a lot.
No.
So
nothing compared to
circuit,
Silverstone, which is more around, I think it was 77% around there. But I mean, we did see in Austria, they weren't necessarily too bad through the medium speed corners, which this track has quite a lot of. We'll have to wait and see, as we do see now a lot of drivers getting out on track, as we do have green.
Oh my word, we say green flag conditions, but look at all the spray being kicked up from the cars, and they're supposed to be minimizing the spray, but
What's ever happened to the trialing of those mud guards or rain guards that we saw?
Yeah, we're supposed to see
we never saw those being introduced. I certainly want to see those being introduced for wet weather conditions, just to get rid of the spray a little bit more.
As we know the reason why, unfortunately, just a couple of weeks ago, of course, that poor 18-year-old driver, I can't actually remember his name, which is very ashamedly of me, but yeah, unfortunately passing away, and it's just due to terrible, terrible conditions there. So, yeah, but they should be bringing them in very soon. We've got just 10 minutes left of the session. Quite a few cars making their way out onto the track to try and do some laps here.
Yes, hopefully we'll get some more competitive times out there. I'm certainly going to be looking at Daniel Ricciardo, who didn't drive through turn one. He drifted through turn one. He's forgotten he's in Formula One. He thinks he's doing those drift cars in Australia, but nonetheless making it very exciting for us. Hopefully we'll get a repeat of that. But I do want to see a competitive lap time being put in from him to see what he is capable of.
Indeed. And I would just like to also make my own predictions for quali, and I think this is a bit more of an interesting one. We're still going to have Max Verstappen on top for me. I think Charles Leclerc will come in second, because I think this is going to, I think Ferraris have always been very good in qualifying, and come the race, that's where they tend to do poorly. So I'm going to put Charles Leclerc in second, and this is going to be my interesting throw, because I reckon Aston Martin make a big comeback this weekend, and I put Alonso in third.
Interesting prediction, that, Mark. I mean, very ambitious to put Alonso in third, but they have been a bit more competitive at these high downforce tracks. So hopefully they do pick up the pieces a bit more, because they have been a little bit lost for the past few races. I'd like to see Alonso being competitive yet again.
And F123, thank you very much for just reiterating that. It was Delando van Toff, who was the 18-year-old who sadly passed away a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, we wish the family all the best. And again, that's just another marker that the sport is quite dangerous, that people forget that. They do as much as they can to make it safe, but of course we need to do more, and that includes, as we say, minimizing the spray, which we can just see from the cars right now. Luckily, it's not too dangerous a spray this time around, but you can just see how easily that spray kicks up, and you just can't see a thing. Just even there's barely any rain right now on the circuit. The circuit's wet, but Lando Norris is kicking up such a huge spray behind him.
I mean, and the cars are driving relatively far away from each other. So imagine what it would be like with multiple cars all driving down the same piece of circuit at the same time. You'll be blinded, essentially, which is why we need to try trialing those wheel guards to get rid of the spray from these cars. Someone just asked me, Andy, saying if everyone thinks Perez should lose the seat, why should Sainz or Leclerc not lose theirs?
Because I think the car's garbage.
Exactly. I was going to say, I don't think you can necessarily compare Perez in the most dominant car in Formula One at the moment to the Ferraris in arguably the third or fourth best car, if not fifth.
Exactly that.
Oh, big lockup for Lando Norris going through the runoff section there, missing that chicane. But, I mean, just going back to F1 23, saying Williams first and second at the moment, that has been taken away by Hülkenberg right now.
Yeah,
and Alonso, been taken away by Alonso, who goes P1 finally.
Hey, we're seeing some lap times getting put in. Oh, suddenly a little bit of action on the track for us. Just 7 minutes left of the session, so we spent 53 minutes of this entire practice one basically just twiddling our thumbs, waiting for some lap times to get put in. Right at the end, we're going to see some really, really slow laps, let's be honest, we get put in here on these intermediate tires from everybody. But at least laps nonetheless. We do see Charles Leclerc now goes first with a 142.9. So he's gone quicker than all the others. And yeah, Alonso sits in second right now.
Old Man Rue, I'm expecting this is a sarcastic comment. Just saying, is Daniel Ricciardo driving again? They've kept that awfully quiet. Lando Norris moves himself up now into P4. Let's see if he is able to pick up any more pace. Leclerc goes fastest with a 142.9.
Yes, I did say so, but it's fine. Magnussen now into third position at 144.5. Just 6 minutes left, and is Max Verstappen going to make his way out here? Doesn't look too concerned right now. Nobody's really getting around those wheels. We're seeing actually it's quite a bit of pace here being put in from the Ferrari here of Charles Leclerc. Maybe he will try and go for it a little bit. Maybe just trying to get some decent laps in.
No, Max is not going to get any lap times done. He is out of the car. He doesn't see the point in taking any risks with those new upgrades.
Especially with
he could be the only
out.
car. Yes, he could be the only car running those new upgrades this weekend. And as you say, with Perez being out, they're really going to want to look after those upgrades for practice too, so they can get some data from that new car.
Ooh, just a big slide there from Charles Leclerc. And Alonso now goes quickest, a 140.6, so 2.2 seconds than Leclerc. So, as we like to say, the track is very much evolving, and another big drift there from Charles Leclerc is going around him. But he's certainly going for it a little bit at least, which is good to see. Just 5 minutes left of the session.
Over 800 of you now joining the stream. Thank you very much for joining us. We have 5 minutes left of the session. People asking a lot of questions at the moment. We'll try and get to your questions. If you want us to get it to it quicker, you can send us a super chat. But just seeing there what someone said, what happened with Hamilton. Hamilton has not set a time. There are quite a few drivers who have decided not to set lap times in this session because of the different conditions. There's no point really in taking too many risks in these wet weather conditions, as we do see Charles Leclerc crossing the line, putting himself into third place with the yellow flag out on track.
Just track has it.
Green yet again.
Yeah.
But I wonder who that will be. Pure Blood just saying, pump that like button, everyone. Yes, I agree with you, Pure Blood. Please do like the video if you are enjoying the content that we are putting out for you. It's going to be a very exciting race weekend ahead of us. Please do stay tuned for all of the session that we have ahead. We will be bringing every single session for you, including the Formula 2, as well as build-up packages that we have been putting together for you over the past few weeks. Thank you very much for all of those of you who are joining us.
Indeed. Now just watching here, Fernando Alonso's going around again. No quicker times have been put in, although Stroll has managed to go second fastest, so really not too shabby from the other Aston Martin driver. And these times mean nothing. We know this. The times mean absolutely nothing right now. But, you know, it's a little bit small, little confidence boosters with just under 4 minutes left of the session.
Yes, I mean, it doesn't necessarily hurt to go out and put some times on the board. Daniel Ricciardo on an out lap at the moment. We'll be watching his first flying lap quite keenly, especially seeing where he puts himself in relation to Yuki Tsunoda, because that is certainly going to be the benchmark in the next few races. Danny Rick has been quite good in the rain, though, in the past, so we'll be wanting to see what he's able to do. Logan Sargent, I think, having a bit of a moment. Did he? Yes, he did. He went very, very wide there into turn 7. Yeah, just completely had a bit of understeer and had to take off to the. We have a yellow flag for an AlphaTauri. Who is this?
It's gone. Although there's a little bit of damage coming off with Sonoda's car.
He's got a broken wing. That
Yes, he
front
does.
wing is completely destroyed.
Yeah, so clearly went and hit a bit of a curb, or not this curb, but a wall somewhere. And also his tire almost looks like it's a bit out of place. Was that just me? No, I think it's just me. But
No, I think it's all right.
But yeah, clearly not great there for the AlphaTauri driver of Yuki Tsunoda. Because of course, coming up against a different teammate this weekend, he's going to try and
I
outperform
think
Danny
he
Rick.
does have front right suspension damage, Mark.
Because it does.
I
He's
don't
struggling
think
to
that wheel
turn.
is turning.
That's what I say. I'm
Yeah.
just saying it doesn't look quite right. It looks like a little bit too close to the guard there. So I think he's done
he
a bit
looks
of
all right
damage.
now in the next few corners. He may have
Just got
just
out
ever
the
so
way.
slightly damaged it, but I mean, he doesn't have a front wing. That's going to cause him to lose a lot of downforce there. Daniel Ricciardo has come into the pits. I think they've said there's no point in you taking too many risks right now. Let's wait for some dry running in the second session, which is not too far away. I think it's 2.5 hours away from now. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
2.5 hours away from now. We have
Russell goes
practice
quickest.
too, so please do join us for that session. Yes, George Russell goes fastest with a 1:40.444, the fastest lap time of this practice 1 session. Not much running throughout the rest of the session, but we do have at least a top 10 for you finally, with Daniel Ricciardo, Sainz, Perez, Ocon, Gasly, Verstappen, and Hamilton not putting a single lap time on the board this afternoon.
Including Ricciardo. And that's, of course, everybody's eyes on for this session. I'm sure we'll stop talking about him a bit in the second session. Now, guys, don't go anywhere as we get to the end of the session. We are going to review the lack of action that happened in the session, but at least we can talk about Sergio Perez and a couple of spins from a couple of other drivers. But we are going to immediately review it in the next stream, so you guys are going to be taken across to our next live stream straight away, pretty much, which is, of course, for Free Practice 2, so that you guys can immediately get onto that and continue the discussion there. And we'll, of course, join you there for a little recap of that session, and then we'll leave you with
Piastri
F3.
goes fastest
Yes,
with
indeed.
1 minute left of the session.
See that. It will leave you with F3 and with F2 content as well as we build up towards Free Practice 2 later, which we will, of course, be live again on the channel, so be sure to subscribe and like the video as well.
Yes, I see people leaving. I don't know why. There's still action out on track at the moment, so be sure not to leave because we could see some more fast times being put out from drivers.
Just
Oscar
35
Piastri
seconds left.
went fastest by over half a second, so very good lap time for Oscar Piastri there. Possibly the track just drying out a little bit. But Lily just asking, what's with Sainz? Somebody please explain. I joined late. Carlos Sainz did not set a lap time because he possibly has caused a little bit of damage to his floor. George Russell now taking that fastest lap time away from Oscar Piastri with 10 seconds left in the session.
Yeah, I think that'll probably be the quickest time of the thing. But just to reiterate there, as you were going in your comment, yeah, Sainz just beached his car a little bit. Spun and beached this car and got a little bit of damage as he scraped up against the wall. But we now have the end of the session. The checkered flag is waved for Free Practice 1. Again, don't go anywhere. We're going to take you straight across into the next stream, and you guys will be taken across into that, and we're going to review it all. Just seeing the final few laps getting put in your Lando Norris moves himself into 4th, Piastri's in 2nd, Stroll in 3rd, Fernando Alonso in 5th, Sargent moves himself into 8th, George Russell still going around what seems on a fast lap attempt. He could possibly improve upon his time as well. Just seeing if last few drivers here get their final times, and once they do get their times in, we'll go straight across to the next stream as well. So thank you guys so much for watching so far. Anyway, it's been great having a chat with all of you, even though there's not been much action as Piastri now goes quickest in 1st position there. So look at that, McLaren driver just continuing with a little bit of their form. But again, very, very, very pointless looking at these times right now. We have no idea what the actual times will be.
I mean, these two drivers have just been trading that top spot at the moment. Piastri's just been able to steal it from Russell. Will Russell be able to steal it once again from Oscar Piastri? Russell's coming through the final sector at the moment. The session has ended, but he crossed that line before the clock ran out. Piastri, I think, is also still on another hot lap. No, sorry, he has
he's
taken
definitely
that
done, yeah.
checkered flag. But we'll have to wait and see if Russell is able to take that fastest lap time yet again. F123 saying bye, guys. don't leave us. We're going to go across to another session now. But George Russell does once again take that top spot
Indeed.
from Oscar Piastri, unfortunately.
And I think that does end our session there, guys. Thank you so much for watching Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. Again, be sure to subscribe to the channel and like the video. And we'll see you guys right now for the recap of that session. And thank you guys so much for watching. You've been joined by me, Mark, and Fabrice as well. And we'll see you right now. Cheerio.